Hello. All right. So I'm just getting started. The plan is to probably, hopefully, push towards Muldrow today. We'll get started here in just a moment. But yeah, mostly. I have a new keyboard because my previous keyboard, unfortunately, has broken. So hopefully this one lasts for a little while. So that's the hope, anyways. We'll see. It's a little bit more clacky though, so hopefully, it's not too noisy. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It's one of those things. The keys are more mechanical, so and there's no numpad on this one, so that's kind of interesting. I've had a numpad for ages and ages, and this one, yeah, it's okay though. Okay. Anyways, let us get onwards. Yeah, clicky clacky. You know, it is what it is. We do the best we can. Congrats on first, by the way, Rock and Stone, and all of that. And I will. Well, currently I am. Uh, just getting started. See how it goes. Mm-hmm. 48%. I gotta put this in. Because. There we go. Today has been a lengthy stuff. Lots and lots of stuff. Outside of like the rat race, it's real life stuff just in general. Like I mean, the keyboard breaking and then like more malfunction stuff, and it's like just not pleasant for that part of things. I don't like when things break, like tech and hardware, is
You're
annoying.
amazing.
Thank you very much for the follow. Do appreciate. Hello. I'm keen as well. We've got some new emotes that have but they're special emotes that are put for tier 2s, and we're working on the next batch and stuff, which is nice from which is good. But also I added another one to the general for subs as well, cuz it's good. Where was it? It's this one. That one's new, and these ones are new. Which ones? This one and that. There we go. These ones are new, so I'm looking forward to that. That's nice. It's exciting to have new stuff. All right, I haven't played any games at all with this keyboard, so it's like breaking it in. So. Quite remember. Can you guys hear the clickety clack? Probably when I talk, right? But the compressors should barely. It says that it's barely registering it. So I'm hoping that it's at least kind of keeping it down. Yeah. I figured it would when I talk. There's nothing that I can really do about that. Same as you can hear the mouse click when I talk too. But that's because it's like direct. But yeah, no, it is what it is. There's not much else I can do. This is gonna be how it has to be for a little while. Not that I dislike mechanical keyboards. I do. I really like the clickety clack myself. I find this very, very nice sound. But I know some folks don't like that. They like it to be very silent. I like a ghost. You know? Oops. Yeesh. Okay, so that's a little far. Maybe if I lower... No. Skill issue? I'm confused. Okay, so I can reach ×2, but ×3 is a little bit far for my hands. Let's see. Can I... If I make this slightly less tall... How's that? Is that easier? Nah, it's still a pretty far stretch. So F5 is like, so this keyboard's a little bit different in its orientation than my other keyboard was. F5 was closer to my hands. It's pretty far. Control is still in a good place though. But trying to reach F5, I actually have to take my hand off the keyboard and like place it to the center. Like a pretty good stretch. I suppose I shouldn't even really be using F5 very much anyways. For those that are unsure, F5 is a time control. The F keys are time controls. So F1 is a help menu. F2 is pause. F3 is actually return to normal time. So the play button is F3. F4 is, ×2, and then so on and so forth. F5, F6, right? There's nothing after that. I think F12 is screenshot. But it's good to bear those in mind. I think I should have just foraged for fruit because we're only getting like related things. Our goal today is to try and take, we've got decent weight, and we're gonna try our best to take Smokies first, and then start pressing towards the rest of Moldraw. We have quite a lot of knives. feel like they nerfed the hand for it. Did they actually nerf the damage on the hand for it? Didn't it used to do more damage than this? Maybe they didn't. Maybe it's just me. Could be. Could just be me. I feel like it had higher damage before. Like slightly more damage. But more than likely they didn't. Nope. How's it going? It's been going pretty good. Hopefully you're having a good day. Right now we're going to be approaching Smokies, at least I hope. Still kind of getting used to this. Nearing 10k? Yeah. And then we'll be starting our mold drop push, and we'll see how it goes from there. It'll be gradual, but more than likely it'll be a fair amount of zombies like as time goes on. Okay, hello. Okay, let's back off. We'll get some rest in, recoup a little bit of stamina. Okay, there's all these done. There we go. Surprise. But there's so few on this side. There we go. Poking them? Yeah. It's that short blade level that's really, really close. Like, it's been teetering there for a while, huh? I'll just get rid of some of this muscle strain. Stream trying to sell me turbo. I don't know. I don't choose the ads. Like, so if you think that I do, you're wrong. I have no choice. I don't control the ads. That would be based on your own stuff, not me. Like it would be based on some kind of algorithm that thinks that that would be something that you would buy. So, you know, the message says that you have an ad blocker. I don't know. Is there one built into the browser that you're using, and coincidentally it's inactivating, or I'm not sure. I don't control your browser. So like it is if it's a Twitch side thing that they're doing right now, I don't know. I just know that I started Upstream today and that's all. I'm just like and I've been having a slew of other problems that are a little bit more annoying. Like I had a lot of hardware problems today and it was annoying. So it set me back today by quite a bit. Because I was going to stream a lot earlier, and then I did manage to spend some time with Emma, which was nice, but it's been rough in the terms of hardware. Because I tried to fix it, and if anybody's tried to fix something, you know, when it's broken, it sucks. Especially when you're rewarded with it's not fixed. Like it didn't get fixed, and I ended up having to just go buy a new keyboard. It's so frustrating. Can I see your kill count? It's literally above my head. Can you not see it? Is that... Are you talking about this number? Because it's exactly the same. There's no difference. This number and that number are the same number. No, I see your ads because I'm not subscribed. That's not true at all. If you have Turbo, then you don't see any ads. If you see ads... here, these are your options if you have ads. If you don't know what the ads are... Oh my god, it is the same number. Are you gonna ask to see my settings file? I already did that once on stream and I'm tired of that kind of behavior. Literally, somebody asked for my settings file. They were like, show us your settings, you're clearly cheating. And it's like, really though? Really? Hi, by the way, Sui. Sorry that you're coming in at this point. My patience is frayed today, as it could probably be, like, I had to deal with hardware issues, so, and other stuff, so it's like, it's understandably my patience is frayed. You don't even know what it is? Yeah. Oh, that's the worst. Yeah, it sucks when things break. I just don't like that, when things are broken. And, like, I mean, I tried to fix it, and it just didn't work out. Like, I mean, because, like, I mean, I took all the keys off, I put them in a little dish, and I cleaned them, and I cleaned everything, and then I plugged the keyboard in, and I was like, okay, so everything should be good. Everything's clean, everything's perfect. It's like a brand new keyboard. Imagine spending hours doing that. and then getting rewarded with, nope, it's functionally, it's just the board itself. And I would have to, Elm recommended that I solder the board, and I don't have soldering tools. Uh, I can't do that anyways. I'd have to get somebody to do it for me, and so I was just like, this is not worth the headache. So then I went over and I bought a keyboard. This keyboard also doesn't have a numpad, which I mean is fine. It's fine. It's okay. That's life. Sometimes life gets annoying, and yeah. So understandably, my patience is already frayed a little. So if I feel a little bit curt today, I do apologize for that. It's not intentional, and I'm not trying to take it out on anyone. It's just understandably tired. Um, yeah, I'm gonna smash the zombie's butt good, and then that'll make me feel better probably, right? Probably not. It's one of those things where, you know, helps you any? This you seem the same as usual. I mean, kind of, right? And that's good. Mostly, I'm mostly good. Like, it's just life sometimes is mean and annoying and tiring, but I am mostly good. I can't complain. I still have my health, and I don't feel like sick or anything. I don't have a headache or anything like that. There's a lot of good that I can see that that I should be appreciative for. So, and I am appreciative for that stuff. Because I could be really sick right now. I could be, there's a lot of negative things that could be and aren't. So I should be thankful for that, and I am. Also, it would be nice to not have to deal with nonsense, though. I think that the fishing in the game is worth that. No, I think it's better. Fishing and foraging were improved in build 42.8. Anyone who says otherwise, they're not really seeing the same things I'm seeing. And we can compare notes if they'd like, but all in all, it's better. They reduced the overall value of the foraged items, but the foraged items still come in mass quantity. So there's lots and lots of foraged items you can pick up. Tons and tons you can grab. So it makes up for the fact that there is less total quality of the items because the quantity was increased. In terms of fishing was improved because all of the fish fillets now do no longer weigh 100 pounds. Each fish fillet weighs like 0.5 now. You can cook all the fish fillets at once. That saves you huge amounts of time. Where before you could only fit one fillet in the fire, cook it, wait, take the fillet out, put another one in, cook it, wait. Like, I mean, there's none of that anymore. You can put all the fish fillets in the fire. You could, it's the fish fillets are now more, they're compact, they're better, and they give about the same amount of calories. You do catch a little bit smaller fish, and it seems like there may be some like, maybe the ripples go away a little faster, but you can use chum, and also you just go find another fishing hole. That's one of the things that I've been noticing a little bit more lately is that people are trapping themselves in their areas. You can go anywhere you want on the map. There's no limitations, which means if you're not getting food in your current area, well, I mean, what would you do if that was the case? You would go to another area and looking for food, right? So just find another fishing spot. I've been ranting about travel for so long. I know, Rhett. I know. And I heard your rant, and I'm like, Rhett's making some good points, and nod, and I agree. But it's like now I'm forced to rant as well because people are starting to get really they're putting anchors on themselves, and you don't need to do that. Yes, it's your area, but what happens if zombies overrun it? Then what? Well, then I die to the zombies. No, you don't have to. Leave. Go somewhere else. Come back later. Anyways, a little bit of that. Yeah, it's a comfort in bases, right? Which is fine, but then there's overcommitting, right? That's something that happens quite a lot as well, is overcommitting to an area. And that can get you killed in more than one way now, is what it seems like. Not that that was different than before. You have no idea what I'm talking about? You said you don't play PZ, right? You just watch PZ? I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure, but I could be wrong. Did you say that before? Or am I mixing you up with someone else who has the same color name? Oh, you're not able to so build out dock. If you don't have nails, then because of, like, for example, let's say you're playing Rat Race, well, I mean, then you're just gonna have to go find somewhere else. But build a dock. If I don't play PZ, okay, so I was mixing you up with someone else. Because somebody I made all these points to somebody recently. It was like a few days ago or something, but I made all these points and then they retorted with, but I don't play PZ. To which then my all, like, it was like one of those moments where you asked all these questions and you wanted to know all this information, but now, like, completely the core of the requirements for needing said information is no longer a thing. So why are you bothering in the first place? It's like you're collecting information for it's strange. Maybe they're thinking about the game. That makes sense. That would make more sense. But it's like it's one of those things, right? Why would you collect the niche info? You should, do the beginner stuff first. Like, all of the stuff that we talk about in intricate niche is not necessarily something any beginner should be thinking about. All of this stuff is just like, it's specific. And if you were to try to implement it in beginner play, it just would end up falling flat. It would get them killed, probably, actually, for some of it. It's like, because it requires having some game knowledge, right? It's not like you have strategy guides. I mean, there kind of are strategy guides. There's tutorials and stuff that exist, but some folks don't like that kind of thing. Some folks like written word, right? And I do like those things as well. Karumi has a written guide for Project Zomboid. And it's really, really good. But she still needs to organize it, she said, because it's still kind of like all over the place. But I mean, it would be almost all the info, right? Thank you very much for the fireworks. This does make me feel a lot better. I like fireworks. Oh, Rhett, that whole thing about the spears as well. Because you've seen that before. You said it was an old bug, right? The written guide, strategy guides. Do you remember the ones where they were like they came in, like, you could get them in like a hardcover, or you could get them, they were so cool because they would come with pictures and then notes from the devs, artwork, a bunch of other cool stuff. I like those old strategy guides. I have two of them for Pokemon games somewhere in storage, I think. And then also I have one that was for a Final Fantasy game, and the artwork was awesome. You're going build 41 so you can check if it was still in build 41? Okay. I am curious of your findings, because like, it's something that's come up to a degree, but at the end of the day, it's like it doesn't matter so much. Yeah, like the finger paints. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think Lamprey did mention it at some point as well, which means that he got a lot more kills than we would have thought, kind of, right? If that was his primary weapon, so he probably broke 1 million, but or maybe just prior to, like just before, right? Because imagine 954,000. How many spear stabs do you think he did, right? But he did level up quite all the other weapons, but that would be roughly between 20 and 60k or 50, yeah, 20 and 60k per other weapon. So that would be only a few 100k, so net the rest to be all spears, average spear stab. Uh with really bad napkin math, he should have at least had an extra 10 to 20,000 on top, right? Hey, Ro, how goes? Are you having a good day? I'm gonna shout out for Ro because Ro's great. I really like Ro. Sorry, this new keyboard's weird and annoying. I've been having some problems today, Ro. Today's been a long one. But I have my keyboards malfunctioning, and then I spent the whole day basically, well, not the whole day, but part of it. I took off all the keys and I washed them, and I washed the keyboard to make sure it was good and everything. I thought it was gonna be okay, and so I plug it all back in, hook it all back up, and nope, space bar still broken. But yeah, if you guys aren't following Royal, you guys should. Royal's fantastic, amazing variety content, and an original Project Zomboid record holder. But yeah, frustrating. No, and like I mean, and I don't have the means to solder the board at all, and I'd have to get somebody. So I just ended up running out and buying another keyboard, and this one doesn't have a numpad. That's kind of annoying. But I mean, once again, like I said, I'll just deal with it. Deal, deal with it. Yeah. Did you ever notice that bug, by the way, Ro? I don't want to distract you too much because it is your day off, but the bug with the spears not counting kills, like they'd still give XP, but like the spear stab not giving you a kill. Yeah, me too. Because I suck at driving games like really really badly. But I like watching those. So watching the Roadcraft and watching the SnowRunner and watching those kinds of games, it's fun to for me to do. I'm tempted to buy Farm Sim. I really am. Like that, it looks like a fun game. I suck with vehicles though. I can get a vehicle stuck parked. That's I really do suck hard with vehicles. I'd be the person. I'd be good to have as like that person that's on the sidelines doing the spreadsheets and stuff. What if the three of us play Farm Sim? I'm gonna end up stuck on a bridge, upside down, under the bridge somehow. You guys are gonna have to fish me out. That's what would happen. Would you be under the bridge too? Okay, so yeah, both me and Sui would be under the bridge stuck, and Ro would have to fish us out. Yeah. Oh, I'm tired. What am I doing? I need to go an in-game nap. Yeah, yeah, you can. We call that content. Oh, it was so embarrassing because the context for this is I used to play on GTA Online a while ago, right? So I'm playing GTA Online, and we're doing this sale, right? It's one of those sale missions. We used to do sale missions in a special lobby called Guardian lobbies, which basically were like public lobbies that were protected, so that the hackers couldn't, or like the mod menu users couldn't get in. That said, we're on a sale mission. We're driving the bigger truck over to the end, and I'm like, I can do this. Totally, I can. I managed to wedge it on that. You know those side bits where like it's supposed to keep your vehicle from veering off the bridge. You know those things. I don't know what are those, guardrail. I think is that what it's called. The I managed to wedge the truck on that in such a way that the wheels actually kind of go underneath the guardrail bit, and the truck was stuck so badly, so horribly that you couldn't get the what's it called? You couldn't get it out with the up and atomizer because that was one of the weapons that they gave everyone to get their vehicles out. We were shooting it with that and it just did nothing. We were trying to push it with other cars, did nothing. And you know, there's a timer, and eventually it just ticked out, and we just lost that whole sale. It was so awkward. It's like a whole sale gone. It's like, okay, I'm not allowed to drive. I actually, in GTA Online, I had an Uber. I had somebody who used to drive me around, and that was their job. Their job was to drive me around. Like, I did the motorcycle club missions kind of okay, but like, I mean, even those missions, I had my friends kind of nervous about if I was going to successfully be able to drive it from point A to point B. There was some times where I was like miraculous with my, like, it was all luck. Where I'd land on the two wheels, but most of the time, I was great as an infantry, fantastic infantry. I could shoot anybody, do all the mission stuff. All that stuff was easy. The second you put me in a vehicle, though, everybody got nervous. Because, like, I mean, I could park the helicopter and blow it up. Oh, yeah, physics were weird, but also, I think that it was like a curse almost. Let's wear the beanie and unpack. My extra water. Oh, I didn't take out the awkward. I didn't take out the sleeping bag. It is a bad sleep. There we go. But yeah, that's true. GTA was weird. The biggest reason why I stopped playing that game was because Rockstar doesn't care enough to at least even Google their their the mod menus to get rid of some of them. Like you can get those things so easily, and they're so accessible, and it's so ridiculous. And that you have to play third party in order to play, like, that's why I stopped playing that game. You have to have Guardian. If you don't, then you don't get to, like, I mean, you can do the 5M, like the role play and stuff. That's different. What's my favorite song? I don't know. I like a lot of classical music. I like a lot of songs. If I had to pick a favorite song, though, that's very difficult for me to do. Different songs for different reasons, different moods, different tempos. It changes on like very frequently where I would be. I suppose which song have I heard the most though? Probably still Alive Portal. That's the song that resonates with my brain very well. But if I were to, like, because I also was a big fan of Caramel Dancing, which is but or favorite composer. I've got a lot of, like, I very much like Bolero. Bolero's a good one. There's a few other classical songs though that I very much like, and I've been to orchestras, like, and listened to it, you know, it's so different to be in, like, you know, in the actual, like, listening to it live than to be and to hear the sort of the clatter of the instruments, and the, you know, folks getting ready and doing their tests, and it's just so, the song Bolero. Yeah, I like Bolero. Bolero's good. It's not my favorite, but it's like it's a definitely an up there song for me. But yeah, which pushes you into your own lobby. Yeah, see, that's true. What Rose said is right as well. Guardian, what Guardian does is because it's peer to peer. So that's the how servers are created with Grand Theft Auto Online is through peer to peer. What Guardian does is it will take the hosts of the session. So you need to become the host of the session, which is part of the programming. The second part will bounce people off of your firewall. So if people, so it'll accept only specific folks, and you can set it up to accept only certain IPs, and then other folks can't get in because they bounce off your firewall. So they'll try, like maybe you'll see so and so join, but then they'll just leave immediately because they can't get in on that lobby, which is good. Because to be quite honest, there should be some kind of defense against those mod menu users because that is a ludicrous that it's like that. And then the Oppressor being released, it was to me it was like the Oppressor Mark II was just released as first off, it's great to fast track a lot of the questing. Like so I get that, but it was 100% released as a grief vehicle. Like nobody can. The original Mark One Oppressor didn't fly nearly as well. It wasn't quite as good. But that thing was definitely released to cause problems and to get people to buy shark cards, without question. And then you see the dark side of gaming, which let's not talk about because that's it's awful. It goes really, really deep and really, really horrible, and it is an iceberg. But yeah. In fairness, though, those Oppressor Mark IIs did cut down some of the time that it took to do certain missions, and for speedrunning purposes, were not terrible. But once again, like they were essentially cheating vehicles. Like I mean, pretty much. Like they could fly, and they kind of. It's one of those things that where it was a little bit confusing why they were even in the game in the first place. Because it's a little bit like the tech for that is like, yeah. No, let's talk about it because I brought it up. No, I'm not gonna keep that train going because it's a dark side of gaming. It's not fun to talk about. It's like the psychological aspects and other stuff. But I'm gonna squash that right now because it's not fun. You brought it up though, yeah. So I brought it up and I'm putting it away. That happens sometimes. So apologies. It's just part of my tangential thinking, and unfortunately, you know, it's more so to vent, I guess. There's a lot of places for barnyard animals, but they're not fenced in. Yeah, that is a common thing in PZ right now, where there's actually quite a lot of areas where the animals can just kind of escape and run off. Kind of a good thing though for some of them because of that you get some of the animals that live past the 6 month mark because they can get out and get over to the rivers so they can get their water and then they can continue to eat and they survive. It's neat. Do you feel they did that by mistake? I don't think that it was a mistake so much as it was probably missed, which is not the same thing as a mistake, right? Because missing something, it means that you didn't have a chance to make the mistake, right? You missed it completely, which is kind of a mistake adjacent, but not quite, right? Because I mean, if you seen it, you might have fixed it. So it's like kind of, right? I'm just gonna leave these things here because I can't be bothered to carry all this around. Yeah, but they also like I mean the whole system for the catching of animals, um, and for the controlling of animals, it does still need quite a lot of work. But they'll get there. I believe in the PZ devs. They'll figure it out. It's tough. Are they tweak on important things? Like what? You mean like the ragdolls being a not sort of a progressive thing, and so the PZ devs are on a team, right? And there's a bunch of different people working on different things. I feel like that some folk like that and they were asked to put in they were asked to put in the ragdolls by the community. You didn't see anything about ragdolls? It was asked by the community for the ragdolls. That's to what I'm to understand. I don't know where it was asked, but it was a feature that they wanted because that's what's been said. So, and I believe that. What gives well, you know what why are we talking about ragdolls? Because it's one of the features that I would deem as kind of an unimportant feature, but is kind of still in the game. But it's probably because there's different teams on the on on the dev team, and you know some folks are working on some things, other folks are working on other things. Maybe the ragdolls got pushed forward because they were in good state. I don't know. Ragdolls are cool. I feel like they're neat, but they're novel. They're not something that is particularly progressive. But perhaps I could be like maybe I don't understand, and perhaps there is some aspects of them that are progressive. Like maybe it'll make the melee system better overall if the for the zombies sort of crumpling as opposed, and maybe it'll be better for performance. I have no idea. Perhaps it is objective, and I just don't see the objective nature of it. But that is what it is. Mention to request a question. So I haven't actually played with the ragdolls yet. I've seen enough content with them. I haven't really jumped into the mode myself and rammed a car into a zombie or shot a zombie, but it's one of those things where they just crumple, right? Like they just are ragdolly. So I expect like Goat Simulator, but once again, I don't know. The ragdoll system has nothing to do with some of the other animation systems, though, from what I've heard. Because I've heard a lot of people complaining about, oh, there's this new bug where it's causing down attacks and stuff. And it's not got anything to do with the ragdoll system. They're separate. It's like they're not the same at all. They're separate mechanics. It could be tricky during melee combat. I mean, maybe. You made it for the new downfall animation? Oh, okay. You've seen that too, Rat, right? Like people making that complaint. It's like that's not the same thing. They're separate systems. You've not shot any ragdolls? Ah, okay. There's no melee ragdoll yet, but I'm sure there will be at some point, right? But Jess, I don't know. I'm not a developer, so there's that as well. I just know how teams work, and sometimes you have one team that does this, and another team does that, and team A doesn't work on stuff, but they still are part of the company, so they get blamed for being a part of the company. They're not having anything to do with that though. They're a separate team. Why are you getting mad at us? We don't do that. And people don't realize that stuff. So I'm always wary. I'm like, yeah, maybe the person that's working on such and such is a bigger plate and or is busy doing other things that's you know important. She never caught on it any topic about the devs. Okay, you go ahead and like you do you. I'm gonna continue to slowly siege down Muldra. Because most of the time I'm gonna talk about what's on my mind, right? The new patch has been is on my mind because it's new, right? Have I gone to Louisville? Technically yes. Actively no. Technically yes, because I've been there in debug, but that's not quite the same as going there, like, through grit of trial. It's not quite the same. But yeah, I've been to Louisville. Not in this playthrough though. You're scared of it? I'm not scared of it. I just doesn't fit the playthrough right now. To just sort of uproot myself and go to Louisville. There used to be, not fear, but like, mystery around Louisville before. I used to have sort of like, it used to have those sparkly lights and, sparkles in the eyes kind of deal. Like, ooh, Louisville. Over time, though, it's like, oh, yeah, Louisville. That's the place that has lots of stuff and lots of zombies. I'm gaining speed. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll probably be I'm hoping that we'll be able to push through and clear all of Muldra. And then from Muldra, that's where we're going to be for most of the duration of this challenge, I think. Because I'm tempted to do what Twist's doing and just call the rest of the map here. I've thought about it, though. It is central, yeah. But we'll see. I don't know yet. I'm still on the fence about if I want to do that or not. Because I could keep approaching the challenge like I'm doing right now, where it's a lot more controlled and slow, and this strategy works. But the other strategy is a bit more fun. It would get samey though, like, I mean, in terms of the location, but at least, you'd be established. So that there is that. No way, you'd want to explore the whole map. Yeah, no, I understand. That's the benefit of doing it that way, is that you get to kind of explore. The map is massive? Yeah, kinda. But it's like, you kind of get used to it. And also, somebody made this comment, and I do not know who it was, but somebody made this comment a little while ago, that the map may be massive, But there's a lot of empty space in the map as well. There's a lot of empty space in Nox. Just like blank sections, open fields. It'll be interesting when they add in that in the future, the like if we're able to go towards like the edge of the map and then it starts generating new stuff like new towns and things. That would be kind of cool. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's reused in terms of the buildings. I'm kind of looking forward to when some of the new stuff gets, because it'd be cool if there was like it kind of randomized the building a little bit. There's some buildings that are odd as well. Like that building that has like just a toilet in a closet. It's like, it's a little bit of a strange one. Why is there a toilet just by itself in a closet? Like on a one by one? Like, and then there's a couple bathrooms that have two toilets. What? Why? You guys made the joke that it was like dueling toilets, which is strange. It'd be different though if those toilets had like some kind of you know, like safety bar on the wall or something. That would make a little more sense, right? But there's nothing like that. Plus, from an objective standpoint, that could actually be nice in terms of like a way to harvest an iron rod, like iron bar off the wall or a pipe. Very low weight. Yeah, I've had no problems with weight gain or weight loss. It's there is a thing though with it, and that is you have to dedicate some time to weight gain at the moment because the calorie system is a bit, even with slow metabolism, is a little bit excessive. I still think a buff system would be nice. Like, you know, you eat some good food, you get a happiness bonus that gives you a little bit more. Or, you know, works in reverse too. If you're unhappy, then it, you know, works against you. You wish you could drop like 5 kilograms that way. I mean, it's possible. It's just the body doesn't like, sometimes when you try to lose weight rapidly, the body goes into panic mode and decides, oh, you want to lose too much weight? Well, we're gonna make some extra, like, and keep it aside. And then everybody's a little different, right? You can eat like 500 calories and berries a day. I mean, yeah. Okay, let's get some food. Oh, and did I shout out Sui? I want to shout out Sui as well. Sui's great. Yeah. I forget to do those kinds of things sometimes. It's not intentional. It's just, it's one of those things where it's like, it's not always in the forefront of my mind. But you guys should follow Sui too, because Sui's great. Variety. Does Zomboid as well. Has played Rat Race. Is a big part of the Rat Race, actually. I keep Sui up to date on a lot of the Rat Race stuff. Oh. I thought that you were lurking. And then I remembered. Right. Yes. It's very kind of you, Earl. I'm glad that your roadcraft stuff's going good. I've been enjoying a lot of your other stuff as well. Like, I mean, you've been playing some good variety. It's been fun. I'm excited because nearly there. Can't wait. Old saves got corrupted. Which old saves? Like build 41 to build 42, you mean? Oh, yeah. There was a weight bug that happened a little while ago where the weight was NAN, and in order to fix it, you have to actually go in to debug and like give yourself weight. It was annoying. Don't like when things break like that. But that's one of the reasons why debug exists, is to fix those kinds of, silly bugs that. Because in theory, you could kind of just keep it that way, but then you don't get to play the calorie game, which is part of the fun, right? And I do like the calorie system. I think it's a good-ish system that could be better, but also it could be a bit deeper, right, than it is. Like, I mean, and I know it kind of has some deepness to it already, but I feel like there could be a little bit more to it. It's broken and dumb. I mean, that's an opinion. Yeah, I agree. It's a good base. It needs expanding on in one direction of some kind. Like it feels to me like it's a system that is not quite finished, right? Like it's not finished. It's an unfinished system. Okay, I need to BRB. So I'm gonna refill my tea and other such things. So I will be right back. Okay. Sorry, they're expanding on meats and stuff. I did apologies. I'm just repeating what I said because I was muted. But they've already looked at fish and balanced that to a degree, so they're probably going to look at the other meats. At least I would hope that all meat is balanced to be the same. There's no reason why venison should be as low calorie as, like, cabbages. Like, it all the meats should be relative to each other so that it justifies killing an animal. Um, it shouldn't just be because right now that's too low. Too low caloric values. Why would I kill a deer? Like, what's the purpose besides I need the leather and the so like I'd be basically throwing away the meat. That's so terrible. I'm vegan? No, I'm not vegan. Not at all. That is not true. False statement. I just don't see a point in harvesting a deer meat if it's got no caloric value. Like, what's the like? It would be the same as grabbing a berry, and it's much easier to get a berry than to eat a deer. And sinew. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Cool clothes. And some of the cool new like, because of those bags and like the other outfit pieces are cool. I do want to put Higgins in that outfit at some point in the future. It's on my list of to-dos to get Higgins to be dressed up like that. But yeah, no, I agree. Meat isn't balanced at this point. So we're talking medical, like, and stuff like that, but it's like, also, this is a video game. So, in a video game sense, all the meats should be the same. Specifically for this game, because there is actually 4 different stats. I mean, calorically they should all be the same, but for those other stats, they could give different stuff, like different fat values and protein values. That wouldn't be a bad idea, but it's kind of eh. I missed that completely. You haven't tried hunting them for leather specifically? I mean, they're not bad for leather. I mean, they give a large one, same as the cows, right? Once again, I don't really know, because I think I've only killed, like, 1 deer, and I don't know if I processed its leather. No, I've killed more than 1 deer, actually, now thinking back. I maybe killed a couple of deer, but I don't think those ones I processed. One of them I killed and I couldn't get to it because it was a bad area. I tried, and one of them I picked up and hauled back to the area, and by the time I went out in the morning to harvest its meat, it was gone. So I think it maybe I left it for a day or two though, and it probably rotted away. Like disappeared completely, rotted away. Because that's something they added in, right? Apologies. Sneezed. Or coughed. Cough sneezed? Yeah. Okay, I'm done for a second. Gotta go rest. I got sinew. I wonder what that means. So the sinews are an alternative for thread, but yes, it's probably in leaning towards um that bow and arrows eventually. I'm hoping for boyering. I really like the idea of that. But yeah, you can actually use the stenos in some crafting. So like if you were to look here in just what is it? Like for example, tailoring. So see here, you can use it as thread, sinew thread. See, which is a ball peen hammer or hammer in general, and sinew. Can guts be added to chum? Yes. That is their intention. Guts and the Rosaks, I think, are meant to be alternatives to add to chum. But you can also do the like meats themselves as well, uncooked. I've not tried rabbit meat. It says on the tooltip for rabbit meat though that it's possible. I've tried fish though, and fish works like the fish fillets. So that's an option. It seems like dogbane hemp is an easier option. Oh, definitely. But I mean, animal sinew is available. Like you know, so you can kind of stockpile both. But hemp also has alternative means, so like of necessity. So like you require it for burlap, you require it for ropes. So using the sinew is great, probably for thread stuff, and it probably gives you more. All this sounds very annoying. Well, I mean, the devs are the ones that probably, but also human beings, right? Because haven't we used sinew, and isn't that something that is like it's humans do that like we do? Like we've done it in the past as like a primitive thing. Yeah, it's like primitive craft, right? It's very commonplace in metal craft or in leather craft. Yeah, see? And we do have free speech, yes, but so you do have free speech, but at the same time it's like, you know, it can get kind of tiresome if somebody's being like that the whole time, right? And although you do have free speech, like I mean, it's like you also have the right to remain silent. That exists as well. Although it's used a lot less than free speech. Of course, that's for the Americans. I'm not American, so... But there's similar rights that exist in a lot of other countries. I'm complaining more than you have? Yeah, I mean, I guess I am, to a degree. I'll admit it. I have had some complaints over time that is definitely there, but I don't slander the devs directly as a direct, like, oh, who thought that up? I don't think that. I think, you know, that somebody obviously has, I've already processed that somebody thought it up and perhaps they didn't see the different effects that it could have caused, right? So I'm not quite in the same vein of, oh, this is stupid. No, I'm not like that. I don't think that. Yeah. Oh, Rhett's correct. Yeah, we do have the right to free speech, and there are often consequences as a result. Yeah. And actually, the right of free speech gets a lot of people in trouble. Like, a lot of free speech gets used against people. Sorry, my bad. It's not slander. It's called libel because you're text. My bad. Apologies. And I guess it's not free speech. You're writing in a text format. Once again, I'm sorry. I'm so wrong in my interpretation on things. I should reevaluate. Free text? I mean, is it free text though? Hmm. And really, it's technically not free text because although, like, I mean, this a stream is a dictatorship for the most part, right? Because it's based on the rules that the streamer puts in place. So yeah, I agree with you that Bezos probably owns anything that's sent through on Twitch. Probably, maybe not Bezos directly. It'd probably be more like subject to like that. There's like probably some kind of agreement that exists, and there's like fine print and yeah, yeah, exactly. But yeah. It's true though that I have said a few things that I guess are more complaintive than other folks, but I mean it's they're not without warrant for the reasons that I feel. But of course that's through a personal bias, right? Hmm. Hello. What short blade are we at? We are officially at short blade 7, so no more weapon debuff. What Americans are always hated on is a statement that is not entirely true. There's a lot of people that really like Americans, especially for trade and a bunch of other things. I'm going to say that that right there is a false statement. So, yes, while there is some perceptions that Americans are kind of less liked, there are a lot of Americans that are really well liked in response to that. So, you know, I don't agree, but entirely. It's a half truth. You're leaving out the fact that, like, for example, movies and like media, and there's a lot of positivity that comes through America. So as much as yeah, there are some times where you look at America and it seems like it's on fire, it does also have a lot of good things in it as well. There's a reason why it is the way that it is. Yeah, I don't like that usage of that word in this context. It's bad and very false. Now, that's me defending the Americans, which is like I said, I'm Canadian, so like it's I it's not that I don't dislike them. I like a lot of Americans. It's just that you know, it's awkward a little bit because there's also been, you know, especially with the trade stuff, but once again, I'm not trying to get political at all, and I think that this is not the place for that. When I made fun of your free speech, I did not make fun of free speech. I think you're reading into my language wrong. And intentionally so. It seems to me like you're trying to stir the pot, and that's not a good thing to do. How are you offended? That's a good question. I'll leave you guys to chit-chat, though, for a bit while I focus on trying to clear the rest of Smokies, because we're close. We're very close. And I want to see how much we have left. Still too much. We're closer than we were before, but it's still a bit busy. Okay, roughly. How well do the animals do in winter? Depends on the animal. Some animals require more care than other animals. Some require more water, more food. Um, but that said, rabbits I find are very good throughout the winter. So if you have rabbits, just give them food and water and then leave them. If you have cows, though, well, cows are a little bit more. You got to take care of them. They drink a lot of water. They're. It's good to have them near a lake or something. You need to take your meds. I don't actually have meds. You're paranoid. I'm not gonna ban you from my chat, and I'm not like always accusing you of random stuff. Oh, oh, Well, timeout or no, deleted. Okay, purged. Okay, because I don't intend to ban them. I'm not always accusing them of things. It's just that they've been a little aggressive. I don't know. Hmm, am I in the wrong here for thinking that? Once again, I'm not looking for an ego stroke or anything like that. Perspective based. And somebody who's objective, please. Mod you'll ban them? It's just a delete. No, see, I'm not that type of person. I don't want to just ban them and get rid of them. That's not fair to them. Like, I mean, they have good points a lot of the time sometimes, you know. I don't dislike them. They've been very aggressive. I feel like they're just stirring up drama. And that some people just are like that. Whether they realize it or not. They just are drama. They attract drama. It's just how it goes. Whether it's in the particular word choices that they use, or perhaps they just are phrasing things slightly in an odd way. You know, it happens. But yeah. Yeah, it's true. It works both ways, free speech, yeah. And I wasn't making fun of free speech. It's just, it's one of those things where Americans will often fall onto that sometimes. Like, not, I say often, I should really rephrase this. Is they will say, oh, but free speech. But then they forget that it's not, like, not everybody's American. Not everybody has that, right? Yeah, I think that it's a bad defense for being able to type on the internet to everybody, because like there are some countries that don't have free speech. They can't. They can't type that stuff. Or well, I mean they could, but it's like do you see my point is that those countries and you're like, "Well, we have free speech," but it's like that's very it's a bit like what's it called? Like I said, I can't quite word it the way I want to. I don't think that it's a flex or a rub in, but it's an expectation that gives you the right to say whatever you want, when in reality that's not the case, because critical thought can come from, let's discuss things, right? But yeah, just because you have the freedom to say anything doesn't mean you should. And that if you do say something, then it can be debated and talked about, and then like, because I'm wrong sometimes as well with this stuff. Like, for example, maybe the calorie system is gonna get edited in a positive way, but it's like, I don't know. I don't feel like free speech should be used that way. Yeah. Yeah. And I think we have something similar here in Canada, but I don't remember what it's called. But it is essentially is free speech. It's the same thing. It's just not. What's it called? It's pretty much the same though. There's some limitations to it though, from what I remember. Yes. Anyways, let's move on from this topic. And like I said, I'm not just gonna ban that person just because it's silly little things like this. These tiny little interactions that are positive or negative are not a reason to ban someone. It's just silly. They're just minor interactions. Yeah, most of it's free speech. Yeah, I don't like that used as a defense for I can say what I want. It's not a good defense for that. Yeah, maybe they'll relax. They said they were leaving anyway, so I would expect they've already kind of gone off in a huff, so. You broke your Zomboid UI by pressing a single setting? That happens quite often. Which setting did you push? freedom of expression. A lot of those things have stipends and stuff added to them to sort of keep certain things in line that are not obviously good as well. But yeah, we're almost at 10k kills. we're getting there. I think I will be at 10k kills before we take Smokies. Oh yeah, don't touch the Moodle size. It may be tempting to do so, but don't. I learned that one the hard way. Because I wanted them bigger. I'm like, yeah, bigger Moodle sounds cool. No, don't touch that. Bigger Moodle sounds cool. No. They're a size for a reason. Leave them alone. What's the kill goal for the rat race? There's actually a command for that. It's exclamation point rat race. And then there's stemming sub commands that go from that. So that I don't have to repeat myself 800 million times. But I will tell you, I don't mind. It's just, it's 1,000,000 kills, perfect character, and 13 points of interest around the map. So, and then there's a Discord if you want to go hang out, and you know, you can be a watcher or a, what's it called? Or a rat racer, it doesn't matter. And, you know, can chit-chat with everyone. All the other racers are around in there. And then some folks as well that raced previously that are still around in the Discord in case they want to pick up their runs again, which is possible. Because some people are going to need a break. It's the biggest thing is this, you're going to see a lot of rat racers kind of just resting and stuff and playing other stuff. That's going to happen. It's because it's a marathon style gameplay, and marathon style gameplay is really tiring. It's lengthy. Once you get into, especially you start breaking into like the tens of thousands to the hundreds of thousands of kills, it can get quite like you need a break. You need something else. It's like eating the same thing over and over and over again. Eventually you're going to need a palate cleanse. Otherwise you will slowly go insane. Variety is the spice of life, right? Why did they tempt us to make the Moodles bigger? Yeah, I know. It's tempting that it doesn't work right yet. Touching settings like that when they're not ready is like, it does actually work for some, but it causes so many problems. I'm just not worth it. Because when I did it, my Moodles were gone, and I couldn't get them back. So I had to like change the setting back, and it was frustrating. There's more than 1.6k or 1.5 to 1.6 mil as well, because a lot of the interiors as well as some of the cells won't be reading quite right. Plus, if they change the heat map, right? Not to mention all them zombies on like the outer sides of things. You changed them back to normal? I tried to have them large and they broke on me. So there's might be a little bit of both. You found you can play Cataclysm on mobile. You just ruined Brett's one. Well, we're not going to see Rep for a while. Red is gone now. that's it for that. Did I actually run out, like, officially? Yeah. Hmm. Am I still being chased? 3 zombies. Well, this is why I keep an emergency pocket knife. Okay, let's go make some more. We draw the heat map with, like, with the vehicle and prevent the spawn, prevent a lot of the structure spawns. Would that still count as technically clearing the whole world? I mean, kinda, but at the end of the day, I mean, you yourself know you didn't go to the other side of the map, and you wouldn't be able to pull all the zombies around the buildings and everything, effectively without going over there. You know what I mean? Because some of them will get stuck in certain areas. You'd have to know those areas very well and where the zombies are going to get stuck. Because there's a lot of that. Here, Al. Can I look at the map? Yeah. So here, let me show you. So like over here, for example, um, sorry as well before I continue. I removed daily report journal because it was causing issues in games that are over a few years. Just as a side note. So I took that mod off because it's apparently it puts the data in the player.db file for some reason. Not sure why. But that's where the data was being put, and it was causing the game to get worse and worse gradually. And yeah, it was strange. I like that mod too, which is the sad part is that yeah, I really like that mod. But it's anyways, because it gives data that's interesting, like charts and stuff. Louisville's a perfect example of an area that can't get out. Like it's trapped by the gates, so it can't come down. Even if you were to blast like a car noise in like this area over here, that's like able to reach it, it doesn't matter. Louisville can't come down, right? Same as most of Valley Station won't actually ever make it across. They'll get stuck here. They'll get stuck like along here. Some will trickle across the bridge, but not very much. Most of it'll get stuck in this corner. Um, Same for the mall and all those things. They'll get stuck off and along this riverbank. It just becomes difficult, right? To a certain extent with certain parts of the map. You have to go out there in order to guarantee that they're gone, right? And this is what my map looks like. Okay, I need to run back and get that pile of stuff, which is here. There we go. Okay. Actually, we have time to walk all the way back, so I should do so. The only issue I have is that we don't actually have very many weapons at the moment, so fighting is kind of at the moment. I figure most people will stop when they fully completed all of the outpost and like they have their perfect character and they have the million. But I know that probably Twist and Chivas more than likely would just stop at the million. They probably wouldn't even bother with the outposts and stuff. I could be wrong on that though. But I think that that's that they care more about the kill goal than because that's what has been expressed to me than the outpost and the other stuff, right? I think Twist might try for the perfect character though. Don't know Shiva's perspective on that, but I could be wrong. I could just be misinterpreting. And they'll take breaks though, I'm guessing, because it's at this point where it's like, I mean, this was around the same time as last time where everybody needed a break. Everybody started to kind of get tired. It's a long, long marathon, you know? Right, the controls are bad. Okay. Rhett gets to live. Rhett has chosen life. Different keyboard button app. Does it work with those little phone things that like are like a phone controller? I still have one of those kicking around in a drawer somewhere. From back when I used to play video games on my phone like that. Phones aren't meant to be played like that, though, to be quite honest. They heat up way too much. You've never owned one? I got it when I was working in a position where I had a lot of downtime. So during the downtime, I couldn't do much else other than look at my phone, and I didn't want to just sit on my phone and watch videos all day. So I was like, well, I want something a little bit more active. I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna do this. It was fun. I enjoyed it. These are no, not the bread one. Butter knife. Yes. There we go. Sleep time. Yeah, I can understand working those lengthy hours. There have been many a time where I've had. That's why I got that stuff in the first place, was for stuff like that. Spending countless hours. Lots of the hours were just spent just waiting, waiting, waiting. Oh, yeesh, my moodles. Oh my gosh. I probably should pay attention to that just a little bit, huh? Oops. Nah, moodles are optional. Yeah, I was thirsty and then hungry. Okay, we'll fix that here in a moment. How's my weight, by the way? 80. So we got a little bit of time before we are in need of a weight gain a little bit. In theory, though, I should go and cull some of those rabbits. Because they're going to become a problem very soon. And I'm not going to be loading the Spiffos properly. There was, what, a total of 17 animals there earlier? I wonder how many are there now. Should we go check? Hmm. Hmm. I think so. think we'll at least eat enough rabbit to gain some weight. Maybe some... Oh, wow. It's always a bit of a surprise to see one this close to the Spiffos. Because it feels like the Spiffos have been clear for ages. And there is a mitt full of them over here. Once in a while, there's like a, you know, one or two show up. That's why I don't ever feel 100% safe here. I probably should finish the wall, but a lot of extra work. Okay. And how bad your character feels. I like the tiers that it's clear. It's you know, as opposed to some of the Moodles there that are kind of a little bit harder to tell. Especially because they've updated some of them. The yeah. I don't mind the Moodles, by the way. I think that they're fine. But that said, though, the clarity on, for example, the different. If you looked at the difference between starving and very hungry, it's hard to tell the difference. That's one of the examples I can use. That and like before, it was easy to tell when you were getting cold and when you're getting hot, right? Now it's a lot harder to tell if you're gaining heat and or you're cold, right? Without opening up the temperature menu and or seeing the Moodles like on the side pop, like from one to worse, right? Yeah. Hmm? Oh, interesting. For some reason, this baby rabbit doesn't have the option to butcher. I wonder if I restart, if it'll fix it, because there was an error message in the bottom right. So perhaps if I restart, it'll reload the carcass and give me access to it again. This one doesn't seem to have the ability to butcher for some reason. This is this the infamous baby bunny can't butcher bug that people were talking about? Oh, this one just doesn't give us the option. Wonder why. Is it because I'm carrying too much already? So the game's like already registering that I have a lot, so it's like, as a result, not letting me butcher? Let's find out. Nope. Can't do anything with the body at all. I can only drop it and then pick it back up. That's it. This swamp bunny is not accessible. So I guess we put it somewhere to get deleted. We'll put it over here then. Let's see about another swamp bunny then. And I'll do the same thing. Swamp bunny. Pick up. Swamp kitten. Oh, error 2. Yeah, something's up here. I was able to do one, but now I can't do any of them. Interesting. I wonder why that is. So that's two swamp kittens that I can't do anything with. Let's try a different type of bunny. I have other types right there. Swamp. Don't I? No, we don't. I guess we'll do raccoon. Grab. I think I was able to butcher one, but I don't know for sure. But I don't know if I did the, like, or if I did the other kind of bunny, right? Yeah, it's weird to not be able to hop the fence there for whatever reason. Alright, let's try to do this. This is a different animal, right? Okay. Alright, it's working fine. Raccoon's a little different though, because it doesn't give quite as much. Look at that raccoon. Not even a fraction. Like if you look at the difference, it's crazy. Yeah, I got mouse meat. Not just that, but like, I mean, if you, like, look at this. This was one baby bunny earlier. Let's try grabbing this one. And let's bring it somewhere else. Like completely somewhere else. And then I'm gonna actually use the right-click kill option instead. Okay, so let's bring it over here, somewhere different. Okay, and I'm actually going to use the pocket knife, or if I'm allowed. Yeah. We're going to use the right ship kill animal option. Yes. Error 3. Once again, not able to do anything with it. Okay, so something's going wrong with the baby bunnies and not letting you kill them, which is something that I've already heard about. I already heard this as a thing. So that's 3 baby bunnies that kind of I wasted in testing, but you know, science needed to know. It was important. Rest in peace, baby bunnies. Rest in pieces. Well, no, they're not resting in pieces. They're actually resting in complete entire carcasses because I can't cut them up. I don't know. I think that the initial bunny that I took apart was probably, which sounds silly when I put it that way, but the initial rabbit I think was the other kind, was the apple whatever rabbit. I can't remember. APP rabbit. App rabbit. Yeah, appellation. Sorry, I needed to see the word in order to be able to. My brain couldn't remember like the rest of it. There we go. I just ate like all of that rabbit. What's encumbering me though right now? The knives? I don't want to not have these items on me though. I think it's that and also having so many nails. Okay, we need to pass over time here. And then we gotta go to bed. It might just be existing rabbits. Okay, like, I mean, it could be just rabbits in general. Like, they should definitely just have a look at all that stuff. And while they're there doing that, if they could just up the values on the meats, like, in general, like, not the rabbits, but, like, you know, venison, cow, pork, sheep, all that stuff. If they could just up the calorie values by, like, I don't know, maybe just copy over the rabbit one to the other one, so that everything's the same. Because the meats should all be the same. But it's an opinion. But at the same time, if it takes quite a long time for the cow to grow, and then I butcher it, I don't want a baby rabbit to have more meat on its bones than you know than a cow. It doesn't quite make sense. Like, look at the size difference between. So I'll put it into perspective like this. We just cut up one of the baby rabbits and a raccoon, right? The raccoon was -6 hunger. The baby rabbit's 3 flanks in total were each above 20. They were like 24, and I think one of them was 26. But let's lower the value and just say that each of the flanks was 20. That's 60. That's -60 for one baby rabbit, and the kits are bigger. Like, look at them. They're much larger than the baby rabbit. Now, I know that that's not how that works, and that it's based on values and a bunch of other stuff, but, like, I mean, maybe the baby rabbits are just, like, yeah, their matter is made different. There's a lot more calories and meat in the baby rabbit somehow. It's like, perhaps we should study them. Maybe that's it. In Nox's universe, the baby rabbits are basically, yeah. I think it's something to do with that as well. The old calories versus the new. But from a lore perspective, though, it'd be interesting. Why are there so many? They don't want you to eat baby Spiffo? I mean, yeah, but... And I don't... But how else do you think that Spiffos has such delicious burgers? It's clearly made with rabbit meat. That's the case, right? You gotta imagine that it is, because given that the rabbits produce the most meat, it has to be... It has to be rabbit, right? That's the secret to Spiffo's secret burgers. It's rabbit meat. I've cracked the code. I did it. It's a mixture of rabbit meat and fish. For the maximum calorie. And the zombies are made of rabbit meat. Maybe that's what caused everything. Is a mixture of rabbit and fish caused Nox virus. Hello, can you come out of there? Can I come out? I like how I did refill up my water bottle, and yet... Yeesh. Yeah, I know. I'm not high thirst though. I'm just regular high thirst because I don't actually have high thirst. You know, I'm just regular high thirst. And if I was it I yeah, that's true. I have been running a lot, and I've probably been heating the character up. But in fairness, like it's minus 18 with a tier 3 wind chill. Like, come on, where is the temperature going down for that? Yeah, sure, I'm in padded pants and I'm wearing a jacket, but I mean, this should be cryo winter levels of cold, right? Almost, nearly, not quite, but like almost. This is like borderline cryo winter, like the warm days. It makes me think back to when we did the cryo winter playthrough and when I would be like excited for days that are minus 90. Minus 90 Celsius. That means I can go away from the fire for like 10 seconds. This is great. That stuff's fun. I like the fact that this game has so many different variants and playthrough styles and things that you can do. Too hot, too cold, too wet, then suddenly too cold again. Catch a cold. Annoyed by zombies. Can't get away. Yeah, it's tough. It is definitely really, really tough. Mm-hmm. Like right now, we're probably gonna be like, what's it called? We're gonna be dealing with getting tired earlier, but also like I'm here already, and I've got to get food. It is lunchtime though, I guess. Yeah, I'm a little regretful I didn't weigh them better, like weigh them more, like low thirst and low hunger or light eater. I should have weighed them more. I was thinking about it. I'm like, I could probably squeeze them in if I drop something, but it's one of those things. I regret what's it called? The I regret the first run having cowardly because cowardly. I wanted to try it. I shouldn't have though. I knew better. That's the one regret I have on the first rat race run, taking cowardly. Because it doesn't seem like hits too hard at first, but then it's not worth it. If I had major complaints though, and I didn't really like the stuff that I was I'm playing, then I would go play on build 41. I think that's the big thing, is that I'm still enjoying this and I still think this is fun. It's just that there's certain aspects of it that are more time consuming, and as a result are um it's tough. You have to basically take time out of your gameplay to go and sort of manage everything. Yeah, 1 week to gain, but so quick to lose as well. It's a little bit like, and that's the thing, is that in the past it's been complained the other way around as well. Remember when it was impossible to lose weight and your character would get chonk really fast, and then there was not much you could do about it. You were just trapped and forever chonked them. I remember that being a thing. There was a time where Emma and I were playing together. So we were playing together, and Emma ate nothing but grape leaves. Or was it grape leaves? It was something like that, though. Like no calories, 0 calories. Turnips, not turnips, radishes. That was the food that we were eating a tons of. We were eating radishes, and this was on an old build, right? So we were playing together on an old build, back when Emma was, and we couldn't lose weight. Like we just couldn't. We were eating radishes and not losing anything. Just constantly running around, doing all the things that you need to do to loot and stuff, and just not losing it at all. Is there anywhere where there's already a forge? So the coal field doesn't have one. Doesn't have a forge. Coalfield has a furnace, I think, right? McCoy Estates does have all of it though. Like all of the crafting inventories you could want. So in case you don't know where McCoy Estates is, it is here. So here's Muldra, here's McCoy Logging, right? And then just north of McCoy Logging is McCoy Estates, which is this place here. Coalfield is over here. I think Coalfield only has a forge, like sorry, a furnace, like the advanced furnace. I don't think Coalfield has the forge. Yeah, I think they've got an anvil, but I don't think that there's a forge. Like they've got like and it's in like this building. I think it's like on the end. That said, there's a couple other places that have them as well, isn't there? I'm trying to think if there was one in Irvington. I vaguely remember there being something in Irvington, but I don't know if it was a. And because I don't know, I wouldn't recommend it. I would just recommend sieging down McCoy Estates because it would be easier. That said, though, that's if you're going to build one from that way. You can just they did make the progression easier in terms of the blacksmith stuff. I need a log. No problem. Oh, is there in Coalfield? So there's a bucket for the advanced anvil, which means that so you'll be able to use it because you only need one piece of it in order to use it. You, that's how the what's it called works the same way. The charcoal pit, because I sledged away portions of the charcoal pit and it still worked. Same for I did sledge away part of the forge before, and it worked too. Because I wanted to see what would happen if I sledged it. So it was in the Apocalypse playthrough with special effects. That one. Um, in Irvington, we sledged away. I think it was the forge portion. I left the anvil portion, and it still works fine. But I don't know if it's like I'm pretty sure it'd be just any part of it would be fine. Okay, how many do I have? Nice. Here's an advanced forge. Are you sure it's a forge and not a furnace? Because I seen the advanced furnace there. Or is it the bucket like Rhett said? Like the bucket of the forge is like on the bottom? The western town is here. It's called Coalfield. It's over here. And I seen the furnace, but I never seen the forge. It's right here. This is Coalfield. So you look at this lake here that looks suspicious, and beside it, you're there right now. Okay, cool. So then, but there's no furnace then. Because which is it? I know there was missing something. Oh, so it's the forge, but not the furnace. Okay, so there you go. You got the answers from the folks that know. I was there. I went there twice to clear it out, and then I stole a sheriff's outfit and was running around in that for a long time because I liked it. It was cool. And I knew that it was missing something. Yeah, we're gonna need to set up for that, but there's not a whole lot of good spots to forage here, really. There's a spot that's up ahead that's not bad, but it's not like a good spot to forage in this immediate. That's why I can't wait until we take over Smokies, because then we can just fish. And then there's a little nice little nook beside Smokies that you can forage in. Baby raccoon -6, yeah. It's not worth it unless you're gonna make a coonskin cap. That's the only thing I can see wanting to do that for. Because I don't think you can you cut the leather up in any other way? I don't think you can. But I don't know. Does anybody know? Anybody done crafts with the raccoons? Oh, did I restart? Yeah, okay, so fruit focus. I'm just surprised that there's not as many berries as... Good night, have a good sleep. This kind is a road? No. They may have red. I don't see berries very often, but you know how many cherries I see? It's ludicrous. If they lowered the berries to be this low, though, it's probably not good, because berries are a good, like, pick-me-up. And I don't feel like there should be as many as there were, but I don't believe there should be, like, none. You know, I think it should be one of those things that's like, you get some, they're not as sating as they used to be, kind of deal, right? But right now I've been sustaining off cherries, which, in the winter, which is just, it's, like, look at this, cherry tree, cherry tree, cherry tree. I think it should be the other way around. I think it should be berries, but some of them are poison, some of them are not. It's like, yeah. Some folks are saying that foraging got nerfed, and I mean, yeah, I mean, it did get nerfed in its quality of goods. Like, I mean, but quantitatively, you're hitting level 10 right away. Like, there's nothing that holds you back anymore. Like, you could sleep yourself to level 10 real quick just by walking. You don't even need to pick up the items. Walk in a straight line for down the road, and you will probably hit a sizable chunk of XP. It's partly though because of somebody mentioned that the pity system has been changed or taken away or something, and that's part of it. Is that there was something changed in the pity system. I don't know if it's like maxed out because it's gone or what, but it is crazy. Thankfully, most of the items from foraging are kind of common anyways, so it's like it's fine overall. Like it's not that big a deal. It's not like arguably like I don't know, like well, some folks could make arguments about like so like blacksmithing, for example, and the metal being the way that it is currently. That's a big one. Of course, that's once again that'd be only kind of specific to like the rat race. Does this focus do the item swap thing again? It used to do that. Yeah, no, you don't. No, so like the crucible thing, how you can basically have infinity metal, that thing. The metal return is ridiculous at the moment. He can maybe remake the dates indefinitely. Yeah, you're talking about the other thing, which I mean I don't mind that, like being able to make the like take the broken blade, smelt it down, remake it into another blade. I don't mind that. That requires effort, and it also requires you to give up some items that are infinite. Yes, but like I mean, you have to give up a little bit of the clay, a little bit of the wood, and that sort of stuff, right? So like it kind of like is fine in my mind because it's like you're processing. And yes, there should be diminishing returns. I do kind of that's what you thought we were going to get anyways. I didn't think we were going to get that, but I thought that we were going to get like, you get like a half a bar from the broken stuff. So initially when I very first was doing blacksmithing all the way back in the beginning, when we first had it, I saved everything. I was saving everything that was broken and could possibly even have the tiniest bit of metal on it, all to be kind of let down that there was almost all of it was garbage and that I couldn't use any of it. They've been slowly adding more and more to the list. There's still quite a lot of things that you can't use though, like the carving fork, the steak knife, it's quite a lot of things. But we can actually use broken metal items now, but it doesn't differentiate because in the code there is no differentiation, at least not right at the moment, between a broken item and a not broken item. Like they're the same. It's weird. That's one of the reasons why you can't mark broken items in the blacklist to be removed. Otherwise, that would be something that I don't like. I mean, to be quite honest, I wouldn't mind if people put in like broken stuff if it was possible, but you can't. There's no way to differentiate. Um, You're confused about what can and can't be used in the furnace? Oh, you just go over to a furnace and you can look at all the items by clicking on the one thing, like the item side, and it shows you all the items that can be used, which is cool. But some things just can't. Like I said, the carving fork, steak knife, items that you would think have quite a lot of metal on them, just can't be used, like to smelt down. And then in the beginning, there was a lot of broken items that you couldn't use either. But they've fixed a lot of that. And that's how the unstable build's gonna go, is they're gonna gradually fix things over time, and I get that, but you know. It becomes broken record sounding though, constantly saying that, right? Like it's like, oh, well, rinse repeat the same phrase over and over again. Yeah. I'll try foraging over here, I think. Allow destroy item. to differentiate them. See, but it doesn't. The blacklist doesn't look at that. So, but why, right? Or could you put that in the blacklist and would that work? Because in theory, right, the blacklist is able to. Could you set up parameters for the blacklist to do that? Or is with like within the vanilla like what I mean is in the blacklist section? Or would that not work? That probably wouldn't work, right? Hmm. Because I'm one of those things is definitely something in the future that I kind of hoping for the future would be that we get the option to add broken weapons and certain so that people could add broken sickles and broken spears in the long term. Just to put it plainly, having 1,000 of those items on the ground doesn't actually cause that much comparatively. Like it can to a degree when it gets past a certain point, especially if stuff is all in the same tile. Like so, like if you have like 1,000 sheets here and 1,000 sheets there, it starts to get a bit. But it does take quite a lot for the game to start really feeling items as much as but maybe with the models and as time goes on, maybe it's because with the 3D placement, maybe it's getting worse in terms of total of that. I'm not really sure. You don't see why a mod couldn't do that? Yeah, I wasn't thinking just mod though. I was thinking something we could paste in that section under blacklist that would just do that. But that's but because there's quite a lot of folks well, sorry, there's a handful of folks. I should like that want to play the game purely vanilla. They don't want to. They don't want to mod, and like I don't mind mods somewhat, but I do want to lean towards vanilla as well because I like that better. I find that when there's too many mods, it can sometimes clutter things up a little. That said, though, I do appreciate some mods. I mean, I like the old school RuneScape, and the kill counter's nice that I don't have to constantly manually update that. Although you could have it reading directly from the files anyways, but hooray for fireworks. But you usually play with multiplayer with mods? Yeah. Yeah, it certainly does depend on who you're with as well, right? Because there's some friends that I have, for example, that would not be able to play certain games without the mods that they have. Like they just would not be able to play like Deep Rock Galactic without their certain mods, or any like particular game. They need their mods, right? And meanwhile, I have on the opposite side of the spectrum the friends that are that have had such a bad experience with mods that they can't stand them. I actually don't know if I'll be able to find anything because of the fog. Technically, berries should be the most common in this biome, right? I'm pretty sure. No, they're extremely rare. Those mushrooms are normal. Mushrooms, are those something you can find during winter, though? I don't know. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I know that a lot of the stuff gets taken off of the chart, though, for when you're in the cold months. Which, is it cold months now, or like does it still go based on seasonal? Because the seasons do still matter to a degree, but for fishing it doesn't seem to anymore. I don't know. Oh yeah, I see fake tiles, troll spawns, etc. Yeah, I can understand that. 12 to 1. Really? It's only 2 months? I know that November doesn't, but February used to. Did they take February off the listing? November was when fishing stopped being good. It was November through to February, so you know till March 1st. And it was very static before, but it doesn't feel like that anymore. It feels like it's only linked to the things in the fishing menu, which are temperature, wind, stuff like that. It doesn't seem like it's linked to season as much anymore. But once again, that's me saying it doesn't seem to, which isn't quite the same as it doesn't. Not being like, because I don't know. I need to find some. So it died right away, oh? That's awkward. I had like a couple of 90 pluses die right away, and I caught like an 80 that's like now, I don't know if it's 100, but it's definitely in the 90s somewhere. It was like a low 80 too, but I started feeding it gruel just out of to try it, and it's now in the 90s somewhere. I don't remember if it got all the way to 100. I was gonna try it more, but I didn't. I ran out of gruel. I wish you could make them more meals. I feel like there's not enough meals in that game. Like, I mean, like there's fish, rats, and gruel. That's it. Like, you can't feed them anything else. I want to feed them like good stuff so that I can have good blood. Elm is talking about V Rising, by the way. What you should do as well is consider getting a werewolf, because they turn into a worker during the day, and then they're a creature at night. It was cool. You get creature blood and worker blood. All in one. Depends on when you milk them. Yeah, I like that they're adding more things to butchering. I think they should continue that. I feel like um what's it called? That's it's good. And that could solve some of the issues with low calories in venison and all that as well. As if they added in, I did believe if they added in animal fat that they could have, like lard, they could have put it on there. Animals could produce lard, and then you could also include like tallow candles, and then let us be able to light our bases with thread and candles, you know, and have ambient lighting around the bases that goes for like however, like a day or something. Sorry, I said like 800 times there. My bad. Yeah, one day we'll have candles. I believe. Like we have candles now, but we can't like put them down to light an area. I would like that to be a feature. Is if we could put them on a candle holder so that we could have candles at night. It'll probably get added. More than likely. I hope. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I agree. Buffs would be good. A good idea. I've voiced that opinion a lot as well. If we got buffs, then it would be great. And not just positive buffs, but I would like negative buffs as well. Like, give us both. Like, so if somebody eats like a stick of butter, they feel depressed. They're gonna craft slower. They're gonna be like less attack speed. Give us like everything that's negative. Fatigue goes up like faster, like, faster fatigue drain. Yeah, exactly. Or specific meals that do certain things. Like if you eat a cake, like your character should get like a happiness bonus that leans towards certain things. Or if if you eat like a fancy, like, I'm not sure, because you would have meals that lean towards particular styles of buffs, right? Based on their whatever's in them. That would be a cool idea. It doesn't have to be anything crazy either. It could be like 5% increases or 5% decreases. But you got to believe that, or like, players will be going to avoid those kinds of things, right? And or they'd want to gain them. Yeah, even if it's minor, people will love that. They will totally do everything they can to get those minor buffs. There's some folks that wouldn't care, but then again, those same folks that don't care wouldn't care. Like, it doesn't affect them one way or the other, you know? They don't care now. They don't care then. Yeah. See, I'm not getting any berries, really. Or mushrooms. Getting neither. I feel like mushrooms got put off of the cold table. Like, because they should be normal, right? Like, rare? It says they're rare. Perhaps I'll try berries for a bit. Because I would have seen them. Cherries are berries? They are, but they aren't. They're fruit. They're classified as fruit. I don't know if they're on the berries tree as well, though. They might be. But I know that they're in the fruit focus. Yeah, no, exactly. And I mean, that's okay. That's a different play style, right? There's nothing wrong with having that play style. Everybody's happy in their own style, right? But I think they might consider more if they were given a purpose behind it. See, berries are higher on this list. I'm gonna wait for a couple more foragey things before I switch it to fruits and then find a million of those cherries again to feed myself. Okay, so we've seen that for a little bit. Where is it? Fruits. See how fast we get it. We get fruits. It could be biome dependent as well. Same biome though. Oh, now we're in birch forest. Well, or even less than that, and people would still not like it, right? Because look at what's it called? Look at a reluctant fighter and slow learner. They're not that bad, and yet nobody likes them. Well, I seldom people like them. Hey, I said seldom though. Okay, so better question is what my exact wording was is that they seldom like it, right? Do you like reluctant fighter? No, but you take it for the points, right? There's seldom do people like it, but what I mean is there's only a handful of folks that like actually like it, right? Exactly. You like it with fast learner, but like I mean, do you like it though? It makes it things balance out. Yeah, that's true. Sure enough, I don't even know why I bothered. I still need to go up there and clear that out, but it's like I'm not gonna do it right now. Not while our hunger and our thirst are going to be annoying to me, so that I need to get rid of them. Come on, please. I may need to actually go back, like, and just, like... We're almost through December. I'm tempted to just, like, skip winter. It's part of me that's just like, I want to get right to attacking Moldraw. We could just skip winter. But that's no fun. And what I mean by that is we would just go and work out or reload or something like do reloading for like a month in game. Probably get to like level 5.5 reloading if I did it for a month straight. Right? How much XP do you think we could get? Probably not much. Only 30 days? Yeah, that's not that much. Yeah, to easily dedicate like a sizable amount of time to that. Yeah, we're just not quite getting the amounts that I need. Yeah, in my mind, though, slow learner and reluctant fighter are for the people that like to make the game have more game. Like, so they skills take longer to level up. That's a big part of Zomboid's gameplay is leveling up your skills. So by extending the length of time it takes to get your skills up, you make the game longer, right? That's the idea behind those two traits. Oh, actually, one second. We have the other bowl, don't we? Like the good bowl? Yeah, so this bowl here, you can make fruit salads in. The other bowl you can't for some reason. Doesn't let you. Yeah. It's definitely not bad in multiplayer. I feel like a lot of the time you can really get a lot of value out of those two traits. They're definitely not overlooked though. There are definitely traits that people like, especially in the combination of fast learner and but yeah. Seldom do they actually like that aspect of it. There we go. Eight, it only took my entire in-game day to figure out that I need to do the fruit instead because for some reason mushrooms and berries don't exist anymore during winter. But during the rest of the seasons, they're fine. They're everywhere. They're all over the place. So I guess during these 2 months, we'll see what about February. But I guess during December, January, we're just not. There's no. That's true. I'm not searching in farmland. I'm searching in specifically forest. Hmm? Oh, I was just looking in primary forest and birch forest for berries and mushrooms. They don't seem to be very common in these biomes for some reason. Um, don't know why. They used to be very common in these biomes. So that it's just a bit strange to me that they've changed to such a great degree, like to the point where I've not seen any beauty berries or winter berries anywhere. But it could just be like these couple of biomes. Maybe just these biomes suck for it, and they're yielding a ton of cherries, like loads and loads of cherries. So, that's good at least. We gotta go to sleep in game, and then actually might as well grab some more cherries if we can. But yeah, the tables, I'm not sure. I'm not doing myself any favors with the water either. It's because padded pants as well. That's part of the reason. They're just too good. They keep you too warm, especially when you're running around. I'm gonna go back this way. I'm gonna drop off all these things. We'll there you go. Yeah, we got time, so let's go kill some zombies before we get tired, or before we hit breakfast time. I wonder if it's registering the mask right now. I guess it must be. Water. Okay, we should be good for the most part. Now I can start. Seeing any choices, definitions are the very much, but there has been some changes to the present logic that I haven't looked up. Blah 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 blah. Interesting. Are probably from the new logic. Okay. So essentially, it's like new system stuff that they're sort of trying out. So they're I heard that there's the pity system's different, and or either might just be gone completely, which is interesting. Because that used to exist because players used to struggle to find items. There is no struggling to find items anymore. There are items around. which is good. That's how it should be, kind of, sort of, because you would see items around, kind of, with foraging. That's sort of how it would be, but it'll be interesting to say the least. I'm curious how it'll work overall, especially for playthroughs. I really am enjoying having higher-ish level short blade. It's not fully maxed out yet, but it is nice having short blades back in their unnerfed state, in a sense. What I mean by that is the specifically the to be level 7. As like I mentioned before, the anything pre-7 is a nerf for a weapon. All the weapons work that way. It's how the damage is calculated. So the level 7 weapon is the true damage of a weapon. And we have officially hit true damage status of knives. And I am happy for it. Okay, we're starting to be able to push past Smokies a little, which is nice. Okay, let's get a rest in. Gotta get some food. And so once we're done eating, we'll go and keep sieging the... How much? So I dropped off the knife thing. We still got quite a lot though. So we'll be okay. And plus there's one that I gotta pick up. Just run over to that other section. We should just forage there. It'd be better. We want to keep the hungry debuff at the moment. Fun fact about that is it gives us more food. Makes sense. Or more chance for food, I suppose. Because we're hungry, so we're going to see all the food. One more thing of... How many is this? Most of these are not very good. Oh, it's because we've got the mask on as well. That also isn't helping. Actually did clear up a little bit too. I think that should be enough. Should remove peckish. Ah, maybe not. I thought for sure. I miscounted. I guess I don't need to remove peckish, but... There we go. Good enough. Where is this thing? Oh, it's at the bottom over there, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay, so we want to mark, I guess I don't need to mark it, but it's right here. And we should be able to get another little bit of a chunk done on that, and hopefully we might be able to clear out the remainder of Smokies, maybe. I think I can push the backpack down, so we'll be able to... Yeah, no, I know. I've seen that one before. They fixed it briefly at one point, but then it's been reverted. Or at some point. Or either that, or... Because I remember it briefly working. Or maybe I might be misremembering. But... For some reason, I have it in my mind that it worked before. At some point. Like, it got fixed, and then... It's one of those ones that has... Like... Been undone, kind of deal. Like... Maybe in a copy paste or something it got changed back? Maybe not. Don't know. Actually, one second. If I put this on my back, is it faster? No. Okay. Yeah, sometimes that'll happen. They do have older versions available, so I'm guessing that sometimes that it's not on purpose, but that it accidentally goes back to an older version. Yeah, while they're updating. It'll happen to any game, really. It's like, oh, that was something we fixed. Oops. And then, you know, it gets reposted. But they thought they fixed it already. Yeah, no, I know. There's all context menu food crafting is being replaced. Yeah, so it's so they are actually thinking about redesigning that stuff. That's good to know. Fingers crossed, it all goes smooth and that everybody's, you know, is able to kind of that it's both good for veterans but also good for new players too. No way. You couldn't have lost me in that. You did because pathfinding broke. Really, though? Why? I thought you were gonna come out of the trees and we would be having you on the watch bag. Come on. Come on.
Hey!
You're too tired. I'm gonna bail for a bit. Over to this direction. Patiently wait until 2100. Yeah, 20. I'll just sleep now. Yeesh, really? What do I do? Basically, we need to basically just run around in a circle for an in-game hour until our heat comes back up, and then sleep again. So like 3 a.m., we'll go back to bed. I could build a fire, but I don't want to build a fire this close to Moldra. I could build one of those better fires if I go back and grab, or no, I could, is there sand nearby? There is. There's a couple of places that we can get sand. It's a bit of a pain to see it, though, because of the snow. So, there is a couple of places to get sand nearby, so we could make one of those better, like, static oven-y things. The better campfire. One that doesn't burn zombies. This is faster, though. Yeah, that is kind of nice to have the extra bonus. Should be enough. What? We should be more than tired enough to sleep. Yeah, figured as much. See? Wait for that temperature to come up a bit. Yeah, I like the idea that they're adding in new professions as well, like the tailor craft, like the tailor profession. Tailor is cool. I need to look in some different areas. I wonder if high wind is what's required for fish to be good. Like, would this qualify as good fishing right now? For the wind, I mean. Because wind is required for some reason. I'm not really sure why, but it is. I feel like there's more waves, I guess, or... Alright, I think 20 cherries is enough, right? It should be enough for now. There we go, and... Perfect. Let's go. We got places to be that are not here. Hopefully we'll be able to fish in Smokey's Lake here in a second. Like that's the hope. That wonderful little lake that's just right there. And then we'll be able to start barricading and setting up Smokey's to be in like a nice little outpost. Yeah, we're level 6 at the moment. I don't know how to perceive the stuff. So we'll see here in a bit, because if we manage to take over this upper area, then we'll be able to, fish here, so I can have a look then. Otherwise, in another 2 weight loss units, I will go back to the lake, the main lake, all the way back to the fishing spot. Because as much as it does suck to walk all the way back there, it's the safest option, so might as well. Interesting. Oh, it's because of... It's because this one became a crawler is why. This one became a crawler and caused the game to freeze. It made me hesitate on the, on what we were doing. Yeah, I know, it's annoying. I hate that about the crawlers. Every time a crawler is created, it seems to have a chance to do that. It doesn't always do it, though. Like, most of the time it does. But not always. Just gonna get a little rest in because our fatigue is low. Or exertion, I mean. First crawler? I don't know about first, I just know it happens a lot. Is it really only the first one? I should try to make a crawler really quick just to see. Because I've never noticed that. But I don't go out of my way to make crawlers, so... Dang. It's definitely not the first one? Okay. It's starting to do that stutter thing already, though. A little bit. Not much, though. It's like, it's not quite... So Rhett was right, it is around the 4-hour mark. Which, I'm not surprised. It's not happening consistently, but it is happening a little bit, and I can see it a little bit. Like, every other... Like, not other attack, but, like, some of the attacks you can see. Very slight stuff. Like, see. We'll see if it happens again here in a moment. But it gets progressively worse between the 4 and 5 hour mark in terms of gameplay. So you need to restart your game every 5 hours. At least that's what I would recommend. The new holes, the new shoulder bump. I've not seen it. I don't think. I need to have a look at that at some point, because that sounds something that could inevitably be fatal. I've seen the push fail, though. Have you seen that one? Where you push a zombie and it stays where it is. it doesn't go anywhere. It just stays. Like, it still kind of reels back in the model, but it doesn't actually go anywhere physically. Like, it's like the model is in wherever it is. Like, so see how they are like that? Like, and they kind of, but yeah, so, but it's like you push them. Test it right now, you dare me? I'm not taking. I wouldn't take that risk on a run that I want to kind of to see. Like, I want to go further with this one than I went with my last one. So it's like I don't want to do that right now. It would probably cause issues, right? We almost have you, Smokies. We almost have you. We're there. We're like so there. But yeah, that sounds like something I'm gonna play around with and debug. I gotta check more of the spear stuff later, but like I did check out very briefly. And I don't know about the spear stuff. But we'll see. I'd like to be able to replicate some of that. That's a bug that's been around since Build 41. It wouldn't surprise me. It makes me wonder about the jaw stab, though. That's why. You know what I mean? Does the jaw stab have something similar that I've never ever noticed before? Maybe. And then the reason being is, does it just count as deleting a zombie then? And maybe that's why? Like, it just deletes the zombie and makes it, and like the whole animation and everything, it deletes the zombie completely, and that's why it doesn't count. Oh, really? So they're counted as vehicle kills. Interesting. That would answer it, that question. Why would it count them as vehicle kills? That's so weird. That's it. Let's all get in our spear and drive. Secretly, it's the worst vehicle in the game. But we had no idea. I bet you it has something to do with the spear running animation. I would guarantee that that's probably it. Maybe. Yeah. No, they're damaged. Smash window? What? These windows are intact? I'm... Wow. There's windows intact here. Can you believe it? I can't. I'm, like, struggling here, believing that. It's intact windows all in the back of here. That means the zombies intentionally pathed around. Like, actually. Like, they pathed around. Can you believe Christmas? Maybe that's what Higgins got for Christmas. What did you get for Christmas, Higgins? The back windows are all fine. Merry Christmas to me. The temptation there is to sleep here is high. Like, it really, really is high. But it wouldn't be wise to do it yet. Aww. Look, look, look! I was wondering where the party was at. It was here. The party was at Smokey's. Happy birthday. You got Knox. That's heartbreaking. Yeah, sad Moodle IRL. I didn't expect to see that as my thing. Uh, I'm gonna put this on here. Wait for 2100. 2200. Okay, now wait for time to go forward a little. So that our panic goes down. And we can have a nap. Look, you can see cake on the floor and soda and like out of everywhere. Like it's a surprise that Smokey's is the birthday place. I thought for sure it was gonna be a house down the street or something. Well, it's official. We managed to sleep at night in Smokey's, but we still need to keep pushing a little bit further just to kind of keep the zombies back a little bit. And then we want to prep. That's what we want to do. We want to start prepping and pushing towards this lake over here. Right, this is the hiking path I think that we need to take. So I can choose to make another axe, or I can think what I'll do is I will make another axe instead. And don't try. Flatstone. While we look for a little bit of a snack over here, we'll see if we can't find some dog bane as well. Take off the mask. Get a little bit more radius. What is this area anyways? Birch forest. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna actually just run over to the big pile of twine that I built up over there and just grab like a mitt. It's like a one full mitt full, please. Saves me some time. And then we'll go fishing. I could have grabbed the axe while I was here too, so I'm going to do that. Grab... You know what? Let's just grab most of this stuff. Yeah, figures. I guess I don't need... What do I not need? Oops, 17 chipstone. Okay, well, we don't need 17 chipstone right now. It's... Actually, we'll take... Sure, good enough. We'll leave some of that stuff there. I'll go put this beside the other stump there. How's the fishing changes? I like them because now the fish fillets don't weigh 1,000,000 pounds. Like, they're good changes. There's less fish total as far as I've seen. Like, you get less total fish, but you get more or less weight for the fish. So that, and then I think that like you're gonna need to build docks out more now because the fishing radius is smaller. So now you can't quite like cast your fishing line 1,000,000,000,000,000 miles away from your character. Like it's reduced. It's fair. Yeah, I agree with you that tiers of fishing rods would be nice. Like have like the professional rod that's like able to go a little farther, maybe 5 or 10 tiles further, and then have the like the crafted rod that's not so good. You could even make the professional rod something ridiculous like level 9 fishing or something, and because you can use the regular rod up to that point, and then when you get the crafted rod, you'll be really excited because fishing will become so much better. An extra 10, 20 tiles of cast range, that's huge. Let's see. If you were to do it that way, of course. Yeah, I can agree with that. Be nice to smith stuff like that. This is gonna be the suckiest part of this, is that I have to deal with the zombies for a little while, because this area is not safe. Okay. Um, that was a huge miss on my part. Thankfully, it's fine. Those are the kinds of close calls that you don't want to be having. Right? Those are the close calls that suck, because they could have been easily avoided. Alright, 3 months. Thank you very much for the 3 months. Do very much appreciate you. Enjoy your ad previewing as well as your frog emotes. And do very much appreciate. Hopefully you've been having a good time. Yes. I appreciate you. Yes. You have? That's good. I'm glad. I am super happy about that then. We just yeah. We just added a new emote as well. So if you haven't seen it, it's the hype train frog, which is right here. Hype train frog. Little frog conductor. It's really cute. That's some of the new emotes that are coming out, actually, that I'm excited about. We've got profession emotes, that are, because I wanted something very special for the people that go for tier 2 or tier 3, right? So I decided that for those particular tiers, that there would be professional frogs. So the frogs will be professionals. There's a few of them are active right now for tier 2. It's these ones. And then, well, I also have what is it? This one. This one's kind of. Those are some of the new emotes. How many things can you add? You're up to 8. I don't know if there's a limit, but maybe. I just keep adding things and see what happens. And then maybe when you throw it into the water, then you'll have like the super fish will come out of there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very keen. But I was happy that regular subs also get the upgrade as well, which is good. I don't know if we do have more emote slots on the way kind of thing, but we might. There may be. We got a ton of emote slots when I became partnered, which was nice. I really liked that. Okay, let's see. Please just let me go over there. It's time for fishing. It's not time for combat. Come on out. Okay, fine. Be that way. My arms are killing me. They're being rude. Okay. I may need to get food the other way. How much time do we have in terms of weight loss? We're still at 78. We're good. I can go and get food like from the cherries of joy, and then come back. We are gonna need to have a bit of a rest though. Okay. Hello. Okay, let's run back over here and then we'll go get some cherries to the point where we're at least sated, and then we'll start continuing on with our other stuff. We're getting close. We have Smokies under control now at least, so that's positive. And then I need to obviously make a door happen. I think I'm gonna take that chair downstairs as well and just stick it next to the door a little bit so it's a little safer. Because that area is not that safe for an exit. Like, it's not a good angle. But that said, it's not the worst angle. It's just it's not a good angle because of the amount of sides. We want to be at around 20 or so cherries, maybe a little more. The 17. Come on, one more, please. And then with luck, we'll be able to push towards. There we go. Good enough. Oops. I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. Let's keep searching for more cherries. I wonder. There we go. Starting to come down now. It's not quite though. It's a bit of a fight because I'm only using, like, only getting cherries at the moment. But that's fine. It's due to the area that I'm in, I'm pretty sure. So we're gonna need to... If we were foraging in other places, we would be able to get more than likely. But I'm being stubborn, and I'm keeping myself in this area for the moment. Because I know that we'll have Smokies under control here in a moment, and then we'll be able to fish from Smokies Lake there. And then that'll basically solve all the food problems for a little while. Not permanently, but for a little while. Hi, Chili. How goes? You having a good day? I seen you were playing Zomboid. You did not quit. You managed to get it to work. So I was actually looking forward to seeing you play other stuff, but at the same time, part of me wants you to play Zomboid, but also, I want you happy. You want to bitch it? Okay, go ahead. You're a giver. Have fun. I can agree that the zombies are weird now. I feel like there should almost be a laugh track behind them when they fall over. Is that what you mean? It's like the whoa, 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 and then they fall over. There should almost be a laugh track. Yeah, banana peel noises or that like what's that noise of like do you know what I mean? Like it's like the cartoon noise of like when their feet are like slipping, like the like it's like I don't know how to describe it, but it's like a rolling noise almost like it's like a I can't make the noise obviously, but you know what I mean? Anyone where they fall back a whole square and I still attack the ground right in front of me with no zombie there. Yeah, Benny Hill sounds. Well, Benny Hill would be if they were running after you and you come through a doorway and then go through a different doorway and like like you come out another one and like that would be Benny Hill in my mind. Like it's like oh, we don't need to. Heck yeah, we have no moodles. We have no moodles. I can leave this area. But yeah, I can understand. You didn't die from it though, did you, Chili? You are you okay? Or are you mad because also you died from it? Is your death run okay? Or did you have to start again? The only thing that is that it's your best run? Oh, is this your actual PB? Like 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 for real? I thought you had another PB that was much bigger than that one. Or do you mean that it's your PB in build 42? I could have sworn you killed 100k zombies. Easily. I feel like you have killed 100k zombies at least. But time and stat wise. Okay. So yeah, then it's on the way there, right? And soon you'll be able to do more. I got you. It would be on my leaderboard thing, right? Like probably more than likely. I for some reason my in my mind I just feel like you have killed like 100k. I don't know. Maybe it's because of that whole respawn deal is why my brain is doing that. This one is the one that... Let's see if I actually have the right numbers here. For Chile, yeah, 65,000 exactly. 200 days survived. It was Derek McDougal. According to this, anyways. This information that I collected that may be outdated now, because that's how it goes. It's a historical document at this point. It's history of PZ. It's no longer as valid. Would they be Minivan? No, actually, that Minivan is his mom. He has a mom named Minivan, and he's Junior. He's Junior Van. And his sister is actually Minnie Junior as well. Her first name is Minnie. Her middle name's Cooper. And then his brother Truck is in prison. Great Uncle Rolls owns well, doesn't own the country club, but I mean he basically owns the country club. And then he's got a family member in the military. A great I think it was his great uncle. Was it uncle? I can't remember, but he's a general, and his last name's Motors. You know, we have lore. He has a cousin that works at that Valley Station club named Sedan. I don't know if Van have a kid, what he would name it. I guess I'm not sure. I think he wouldn't. He'd be like, hmm. I think he'd have to name it. I think he would probably name his kid Truck, actually. Because he feels a little bit bad about the whole situation with Truck and the prison. And then it's the apocalypse, you know. He put his brother away, and then the apocalypse happens. It's like, yeah, that. I feel like he'd name his if he had a kid, he'd name it Truck, probably, out of like sheer brother appreciation. Because deep down, brothers very much love each other, even if they are very much, what's it called? Um, uh, Volatile wouldn't be the right word, but, it's along the right. This isn't going the right way. I think it's because that other path heads to the farm. But I can't really tell the difference at the moment because of the whole snow on the ground kind of deal and because of the overgrowth. I don't trust this at all. Once again, still don't trust this. How many zombies? Too many. I gotta back off. As much as I don't want to. I want to keep pressing the area, but it's not wise.
Hey!
The character, his name was Ford Lincoln Mercury. Gotta be one of Van's family members. But yeah, if the game is still irritating you, Chili, you could always take a little break from it, you know? I know you're on your best run, but like, I mean, that's more the reason to take a little break. Not like a long one, but like, you know, like just to not be irritated by like those animations, because I guarantee you're not the only one that's upset by that. For me, it's weird. I don't know. Maybe it's a placeholder animation and that they're going to do something else with it. Because they're planning to ragdoll, right? So there's going to be ragdoll animations for the zombies when you melee them. So when you knock them down, it's no longer going to be like that. It's going to be the ragdoll, right? So we'll have to wait and see, really. I really don't trust this. I very much want to push back towards Smokies, but at the same time I don't. I'm concerned. So I probably should back off. Decisions. Okay, if I see one more zombie, I back off. Fine. Okay, you win. I seen a single zombie, and I mean, had I have not seen one all the way to into Smokies, I would have went inside and slept. But nah, we'll back off, we'll recoup, and then we'll come back. I'd rather not die for that reason. So we'll go sleep up here. We are very close to the lake, though, so I'm happy about that. We'll be able to set up a nice little area. Okay, unpack tent. There we go. Ah, so you're around 25K. So you're right at where I was, essentially. So you're about to pass where I was. So you should be long into the end of the Riverside commercial district, and you should be moving onward towards the police station, and a little past there actually. So that's good. Please don't get colder. Please, please. Yes. I called it perfectly. It's like I know. It's like I lived it. I know. I know. I did live it for a bit there, and then I messed up big time. I wish I didn't sometimes, but also, like, I mean, if I didn't, we would be in the 40K, 50K range maybe by now, or maybe a little bit longer, or maybe we'd have died sooner. I don't know. It's one of those things that I don't really like to play the what ifs, because it's one of those, it's like anything could have happened. We don't know. It's one of those weird things, right? Is Twist still the leader? It's between Twist and Shivas. Shivas broke 400K last I checked. So they're both neck and neck. They don't put in their scores to the main board very often. Like they do it sometimes, but they don't put it in too often. Like because the a Twist also has a board that's like updated automatically, which is convenient, but at the same time comes with its own drawbacks. So it's one of those things where we still haven't maintained the main board, and that's the official one. So if anybody like were to defeat the challenge kind of deal, and like that's the board that will historically remember it, right? And we may do it differently in the future. There's been discussion of that, like for organization of the board and stuff like that. There's been a lot of talking about different things that we would do with the rat race, things that would improve it, settings that people want to change. Oh, and there's a list essentially, a list of what people want and adjustments, and it's interesting that but some things are in clash, right? That's the thing. So when we do decide to do some kind of 2.0, whether somebody beats the challenge or whatever, you know, like if saves got all broken and we decide to look at the settings again, we're gonna take it in consensus. So it'll be one of those big things where everyone gets a vote, and we'll go with the group sort of side of things, right? Yeah. New rule: everyone must play death. But yeah, so I mean, you'd be able to put that in the vote, that so everybody would vote on it, right? And that's how moving forward how we would do it. And then I think it might be interesting to do like I have for my board there, a couple of categories so that we can include the other communities as well. The people that like vanilla, so a vanilla category, right? No mods. And then a category for sprinters so that the sprinter players can come play too. Because they kind of got left out of this one a little bit, kind of. Like Buns created Doom Run, and there were a couple of other ones that were created, right? But the original Rat Race kind of it's just set to be this marathon style mode, which is nice and fun, and I enjoy it. But and it gets people in that sort of thing. But I would love to broaden it, or you know what I mean, like so that we can include everybody in the Zomboid community, and we can have like a rat race, like you know, and then we'd have different variants. So rat race vanilla, rat race, modded, and then there would be rat race sprinters, or something like that. We'll see. Because I could see people really liking Rat Race, wanting to do it vanilla style too, right? There's people that like that. Yeah, exactly. There's a few settings that like, and believe you me, everybody mentions this stuff, correct? And they mention it to me, which I am appreciative because I have the document that I'm keeping and trying to keep tally of what everybody thinks, right? but I also have opinions and thoughts, and I put my stuff on the document too. I'm trying my best not to be biased, right? Because I don't want my bias to cloud the judgment of the spirit of the rat race. But that's the thing, right? Yeah, see, you want normal vehicles, normal crops, normal spoilage, normal times eight, and not so normal XP. Like, I get that. So you want like times one. I can understand. But like, I mean, so that's the thing is that in the future we would then we could do like I think variance is a good idea because so that was somebody else's idea that they brought that we could do variance, and I was already thinking variance, but we could do like a rat race vanilla, a rat race modded, rat race sprinters, and then rat race extreme, like where everything's cranked and you don't get like it's worst settings we can come up with, like the settings that would make even our veterans in upper tiers of the rat race have troubles. Yeah, so basically like Bonz's Doom run, right? Because he cranked all the settings up. But that would be fun to kind of consider in the future, and especially as things evolve, right? Because currently, like the rat race it's a good and it's fun and I like it and it's good, but there have been some complaints. So like I mean, and I'm trying my very best to make sure that everything's logged. So that okay, well these were the complaints of the original rat race, and so let's buff it up, make it good. So that nobody needs to or, well, people will always complain. No matter what. That's kind of the big thing is that people will always complain, right? No matter what you settings we put it on, there will be people who are on the one side of the spectrum that want it on easier settings, and then there's the people on the other side of the spectrum that want it on harder settings. So like you can't appease both sides outside of variance. That's the only other option that we would have is to appease the other side of both sides by variance. You would have rat race extreme, rat race, vanilla, etc. Those variants would allow for people to have their own sort of like each category, right? And that way everybody could be included. But, you know, it's one of those things. We'll have to wait and see, figure it out. But that's what I'm thinking right now. And then like I said, I've been pooling data for a while on it. Because I want to make sure that we have the most accurate info, and then from there I would basically be posting each setting, and we would recheck the data by posting the settings that I have and be like, okay, so let's say for example the crops, we go for the crops and be like, okay, well, do we want extreme crops or terrible crops, or what do we want for the crops? And then we would have poll options so that people could vote, and then we would set it from there, right? And it would be consensus, so majority rule. We'll see though. It like I said, it's one of those things where it's we need to see as time goes on what the devs do with the game first. That's a big thing, right? Because as like it doesn't matter. Like what if they decide they want to just get rid of crops entirely? Nah, crops are too much of a hassle. Let's just get rid of them, right? Well, then obviously we can't vote on a system for the crops, right? Unless we add a mod in, but that doesn't work for the vanilla folks, right? So my point being that that's part of it is why we have to wait, is because the game is unstable right now. We need a stable variant in order to be able to be like, okay, here's the locked in, this is the rat race, the official rat race, and it would be called 2.0 because that's essentially what it would be, right? So that's why we're waiting on that, right? That, and if somebody wins, like if we have somebody who wins, then that's different. We would then be like, okay, well, somebody won, and then we would be working see who's second and third and etc. We'd let the rest of the rat race keep going probably, but we would give the option to, like, if somebody does cross the finish line, we would ask like it would be consensus. It would be like, okay, somebody did it, somebody came out with across the finish line, all right, So what do we want to do? Do we want to keep it going? Do we want to restart? Everybody restart together, or like when we would do that, and then it's at that point that well we've already been discussing a prize like a little bit, but we would have the prize finalized. But given that we're still not even 50% through the rat race right now, um, but we're getting there. Like there's Twist and Chivas both are putting in like solid efforts. But it's still gonna be several months before we can see closer, right? Because that's just the pace of the marathon style, and that's assuming that nobody is like needing a break, right? Which is not how not the case. Like everybody's gonna need a little bit of breaks because that's how marathons are. Is you need rest stops, you need water, you need. That's how a marathon is. Marathons are done that way, where you have little areas to recover. Ooh, it's getting bad. Yeah, it's getting really bad. I need to back off for a second. What I mean by that is the combat lag. But yeah, the only thing I'm critical about is vehicle. I find it extreme. So yeah, you play with times three. I've heard the opposite of that actually as well, right? I've heard people say that they love the times 10 because it kind of forces players to be a little bit more careful with the vehicles, and then also because you don't actually, if you drive really slowly, you actually don't pull that much. It's not that loud comparatively. You just have to be very, very cautious when you're driving your cars. That said, though, the way that it's been described to me is kind of like really cool. It's kind of like Lonesome Road, which is like I like the idea, and I was thinking that too. Is that it very much feels like you're alone in the world, and there maybe are even no cars. Like it sort of kind of gives you that staying power, and when you need to set stuff up and you need to travel and you actually have to plan out your traveling a little more, it's cool. I like that. But that said, I can understand the missing of cars and wanting to drive and all of that, and then carting loot. I get that point of it as well, right? Both sides of it are valid, and that's kind of how I'm taking it. Is that no matter what sort of stuff is being brought forward, even if they're antagonistic, I'm still taking down the notes anyways, because it doesn't matter because we can maybe make it work, right? Because we could always do some form of variant, like a rat race light, or because some folks may still want to play rat race but do a lighter setting mode, and not be so hard on that, but maybe higher in other ways. Because there's some folks that have asked for metas that want meta events and helicopters on, right? Because they feel like that's a better way to move the zombies around the map. The original reason why those were shut off in the beginning were because if they were on, um, basically we would be stuck fighting in an area for quite some time. It's in a similar way that Twist was fighting and Chivas are fighting in Rosewood, right? Same kind of idea, except without the usage of cars, you would be fighting like that for a while but it wouldn't be as bad because you would clear that area and then you could start pushing towards the next area, but it would be like that kind of like it, but not quite the same. It's like a lighter variant of it, to be quite honest. Like you'd be stuck fighting there for like a few months, and then you'd move on to the next area and start fighting in that area for a few months. So it's interesting to say the least. Um, but I need to run and try to get into Smokies for some water. Oh, actually, do I have water in my... I might have water in my... There we go. Okay. Just gonna clear this area off really quickly. I gotta restart my game after this in-game day. Because... Well, you can see it in the combat. There, it's stuttery. But yeah, I'm keen to see how it'll go. We don't really know. We don't know what the devs are gonna do. Nor do we know what the players will do. Right? Because who knows? We might beat the rat race. Like, and then we may do it multiplayer as well. That's been talked about too. I apologize for the jarringness of this. Who knows? Maybe we'll even call the other variants on the rat race different animals. Because why wouldn't we, right? Rat race. Because it'd be kind of neat. And then people could play their favorite animals. I don't know how many there are. I just know there's more than none. Should we wait for a couple hours? Brutal. Just getting into that area is brutal. Just because of the quarters of being like reminds me of trying to get into McCoy. Like the estates, I mean. I can't have that there. I was gonna chop that, but I should wait. Jeez. Yeah, I can't fight them right now. It's like I want to, but it's tough. They're just hard. Too much. Too tired, too hungry, too exerted. It'd be silly if I tried to do more, but I see how weak we are right now. Way too many stabs. But this is a good sign right here. This right here um, shows that this area is clear enough that the zombies are like, ooh, free real estate, and they're wandering over. So that's a good sign. Yeah, we need to back off as much as I'd like to continue, and we're so close to 10k. Like we're really really close, but I need to back off for a little bit, or at least have an in-game nap. And arguably, I could keep going for at least one more day because we have enough weight to do that. I'm hoping that it's enough that we can fish. Fishing in this area, though, is going to prove dangerous because, well, there's zombies around, right? Don't want to be doing fishing while there's zombies around. It's not a good practice. Okay. Oh, it might actually be cold enough that we'll go tier 3. Yeah. Sucks. It's neck pain that's doing that. Come on, body heat. Let's go. Really that cold out? Come on, temperature. Okay, let's go get food to the point where we're good. Because once again, we are low on the hunger spectrum, which is not good. Need food. Oh, I'm supposed to restart the game because combat issues. Yeah, so we'll do that really quickly, and while we're restarting, I will also BRB. But here, just give me one sec. Just gonna click the stuff to so that the game's loading back up. Quit. Good thing I remember this time. Come on, Zomboid. Alrighty. Launch. Alrighty, there we go. Okay, so it's launching, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my tea and other such things. BRB. Okay, let's get back to it. And yeah. Okay. Go. Okay, now we'll progress this and then we'll head to the lake, hopefully after we're done eating. There should only be a handful of zombies left there, so... Hopefully the combat is okay. Good God. A little bit more just to kind of top off the remainder of Peckish, and then we'll head over. Which should be enough to get Peckish done as well. There we go. Good. Good enough. Alright. So we'll head over to the fishing spot and we'll see if we can't fish. We're gonna have to clear out a handful of zombies, but that'll also help us break 10k. So, which will happen here in like a few seconds. Oh, I kind of wish that I didn't attack you. Ooh, I don't think I have that one. Yay, 10K indeed. We did it. 10,000 kills. And 2. I'm sorry I didn't stop. It's just, you know, there were still zombies. And there still are zombies. And for some reason, I think there will still be zombies for a while. Quite some time. I don't think we'll get a break from them forever. Oh, that broke. Alright, let's go have a look. Definitely a zombie. Okay. I really want to tidy up the rest of this lake. Hopefully I get the opportunity. So far, it's not been great, though. That's a zombie right there. All right. Sorry, the okay, so I need to. You forgot about another very important thing. You can't learn about crafting or even the existence of many things until you build the equipment. Crafted, I think they should be. Oh yeah, you mean like okay, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, like you don't know what crafting interfaces are available. Like at all. Like you wouldn't know about a loom or any of those things unless you actually just like if it like because they're separate inventory or sorry, separate menus. Like completely. If you don't interact with them ever, then you wouldn't know they existed. For example, like the bandsaw. Would you really know that you can interact and use the metal bandsaws later on in the game? No, not without having stumbled upon it, I guess. The same as a lot of the other crafting inventories. Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. It should be somewhere a list of the different inventories that you can go into that are like that. So like the crafting interfaces that are available. Like even if it's as simple as including it here or not here in the crafting interface here with little tabs that say, you know, like little tabs on there that say like loom, forge, furnace, etc., right? Like little tabs on here. I could see that being a thing, although it still wouldn't be quite like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't know what to do to make it good. Like I really don't. It's not within my understanding of interfaces and how to make them like cuz I'm a player, I'm not a game dev. But I do know that it's unclear, like for sure. We don't know which interfaces we can interact with unless you know, or you go on the wiki and look it up, which is not inherent of gameplay, right? Even if they just included it here, like as the number 15, and then they just listed all the crafting inventories, like they could do that. That would work, right? Like it's not great, but I mean it's better than not having it at all. You could be like, you can craft stuff because crafting's here, right? But it tells you how to craft barricades, some of the furniture stuff, but it doesn't. And like, so that's barricading, right? And then you can open up the crafting inventory, which is good, but it doesn't say much more than that, right? Yeah. I feel like that could, I agree with you. It could be improved significantly in that way so that it's more clear for players. Recoup my stamina all the way because I do want to chop down these like 5 more trees. And then how is the water here? Is it good? There's some fish over there. Oops. Oh, it sucks a little bit. And here I thought I was almost finished at that group. Nope, not even close. Well, we're gonna need to bail from this area entirely, I think. As much as I want it, I really want to stay here, I do, but it's just, it's not feasible at the moment. Like, it's... we gotta bail. We gotta bail and get our weight up. Or at least our weight up a bit. Because we don't have the means at the moment to stay. Back to the cabin we go. Yet another run far, far away. But at least we managed to sleep a few times in the, we did manage to sleep a few times in the Smokies. So, we have kind of taken it over. It's not fully secured yet, but it's definitely is working in terms of an outpost already, kind of. So that's kind of nice. Not the easiest city? I mean, no, but I mean, we're managing to do it pretty well. I do feel like it is a tough city that if I were to start driving as well, that would be the scariest of moves. Thankfully, though, I'm not, as you can see by me hoofing it all the way back to the cabin. I have no intentions of driving for quite some time in this challenge. Although I will eventually, it's not a priority right now. And if I do drive, it's gonna be at like I'm gonna have to keep myself under a control kind of for driving best I can. Because you can drive in the challenge, even with Speed Demon, you can drive in the challenge. You just got to keep your sound low. So you want to make sure that you're using the best vehicle that you can, with the best quality of engine, quietest quality of engine, right? With a muffler, and then don't drive fast. That's the trick. Is don't drive fast. Drive slow. And so long as you do that, you're actually still able to drive in the challenge. Alright. We have access to that dart. I could probably get hot wiring, no problem. I'm not worried about that aspect of it. I have access to this dart? Yeah, they're very much worse than alarms, actually. Because there's a sound, I don't know if it's a glitch or a bug, but it seems like one, where what'll happen is it'll multiply sound by even more. So what normally would be times 10 vehicle engine loudness would be multiplied. So it's even louder than that. Usually it's caused by like what's I don't know, I'm not sure. You see it in Melee though, where it has it down to a nearly a science, where how loud it is. He's like it's 50 tiles or something, 56 tiles for that weird loud extra loud sound. And on pinpoint hearing that's even louder. It might as well it's just the entire player radius. You alert everything around you. Okay. Sorry. Sneezed. Where do these loose end zombies keep coming from? There's like just like one or two here at the crossroads every other time I come here. It's like, but why? Where are they coming from? They tucked away somewhere? Where could they be tucked away from? Like, you know? I was stomping around here, yelling around here. I've honked horns around here. And there's some zombies in the woods and they just don't listen at all. They just don't care. Nope, I'm not being disturbed. You can't stop me. I'm just gonna enjoy the woods. Okay. Time to go top off my hunger and my weight. A lot of stone walls. Oh, welcome back to this place. Alright, let's have a peek. Oh, there's some over there. Alright. And so it begins. Fishing again. Or did the bubbles move? No, no, they're still there. Okay. Thought they might have moved. Oh, we're freezing to death. That's awkward. Is there one within this area? I don't think there is. Closest one's over there. Two over there. Can I go inside for a second? Will that be warm enough? Or do I have to move around while inside? Jeez. Okay, we should be warm enough now.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate. Indeed. I'll grab a sip of my drink here in a moment. Do appreciate. Okay. Should be same spot. Here, let's try and catch one more. Delicious. Not a fish again. Good God. The thing is big. I don't know if I've seen them that big before in terms of like I mean I've seen minus 340 and I've seen the like big fish, but I don't know if I've seen that model. That was huge. It was like the big fish. Like the stack encumbrance is 8 and that's on the reduced fishing. Like it's 8. It actually doesn't fit in the fire. That's like the thing is huge. Its rose sack is 33. The guts are the same, but that's a big rose sack. That rose sack is like on its own a fish. It's like crazy size. This is a gigantic fish. So about that nerfed fishing, like I'm just saying, like I'm here. I just to put it into this perspective really quick. We're fishing with bad temperature. It says normal time, so time's not bad, right? But so normal time. So we have at least one bad thing here. I don't know about the wind and the weather, but like I figure these are both normal as well. But you know, that's one negative. You have to cook them in batches? Well, yeah, but now you don't. Like I only have to cook it twice as opposed to before where you had to cook like, you know, every single fillet you had to cook. Like and you had to cut it up into like you needed it in order to fit it in the fire, you needed it in 8 fillets in order to fit it in the fire. Right? What fishing level am I? I am level 6 fishing. But that was through sheer effort and grind. It's been very different at lower levels, I can imagine. But not by much, I'm sure. But we'll see. Because it's clear that that's a trophy fish, right? That's like a big fish. It's not your common fish. Your common fish, the most of the fish I catch are like maybe minus, you know, they're minus 100, minus 40, minus 60. Those kinds of fish. They're not like this. This is an outlier, and I'll admit that. I just was teasing a little bit because it's not fishing isn't as bad as people say it is. It's okay. Although in the winter it was never meant to. Oh no, trophy fishes are labeled as legendary. Okay, so so they're bigger than that one was, because that one was what 112 centimeters, which is a sizable fish in my book. Like I mean, that's over a meter long. That's a big fish. Now, in fairness, I do know that. What kind of fish was it? It was a big flathead catfish. 112 centimeters. It's not the biggest I've ever seen, but the model was. The model was as big as Van's torso. I don't know if I've ever seen that model, because it was huge. I may have seen that model before, but it definitely surprised me, and I haven't seen it for a while, obviously. So, is it supposed to be labeled legendary somewhere? I didn't look. I did hover my cursor over it earlier though, so we could go back in the VOD and look. Are you not able to eat legendary fish? The Rosak is minus 33. It's huge. How to research the crafted fishing rod? I think if you grab a wooden pole, you can research for the crafted fishing rod, but I don't know how. I don't remember. I'm sorry. Somebody here can, difference between normal and trophy size is that the fish is only 7. It was, so it wasn't legendary. Okay. That just interesting. That's all. Good to know. But yeah, I don't remember what it takes to research the fishing rod. I pick wilderness knowledge almost every time, so I don't need that information at the moment. But I would assume it's the wooden rod and somehow, like you got to use the wooden rod and then somehow you'll get it, like at some level. But somebody in the chat probably knows. Apologies that I don't know the answer offhand. Serious business. Do you know the answer to that person's question? Can you just, yeah, you seem to have the answers to random trivia on Zomboid. I know some Zomboid stuff, but it's like that's it's newer info. The research system is not something I'm super duper familiar with. I know a handful of the research recipes. I don't know. I know that at level in what is it? Innovative, that and auto learn for the battery lighter is level 4 electrical, level 5 electrical um is required. I think it's the wooden rod. You love the craft research feature? It is a good feature. I don't remember what it does. Yeah, see, I don't roll. Yeah, see, so how many people here? Like somebody's got to have not taken wilderness knowledge, right? Somebody's got to have the answer. I'm guessing it's somewhere. I think it's the wooden rod. I think you have to research the wooden rod, and that, but I don't know the requirements of researching the wooden rod. And then from there, it's the wooden rod plus a hook plus so, and the hook can be anything that's like a nail, a paper clip, the bone hook, any of those things. Maybe you should maybe you have to research that. No, I don't think you. I think it's the wooden rod. Does it say somewhere in here? You have learned this recipe. It doesn't tell me how I learned it. It just says that I've learned it. Yeah, so it does require a wooden rod. I would grab a wooden rod or a stick. No, it's specifically the wooden rod. So get a wooden rod and try researching that. If that doesn't work, try researching one of these things. So like a paper clip or a nail. Maybe that'll help. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the wooden rod though. It's the only thing that makes sense in my head. Yeah. Wilderness knowledge is such a good trait. It really is. It covers so many bases that it is worth every point you put into it. The fishing mag 1, level 4 fishing or level 4 carving, or by researching an existing rod. So it's not by the wooden pole then? I figured researching the wooden pole would be enough, but I guess not. So carving level 4 apparently gets you the recipe for free. There you go. Appreciated. There we go. There we go. Or traits. Well, of course traits, but we don't count those, you know. What about the wilderness? There's a wilderness knowledge magazine, isn't there? Does that one count? Or that one doesn't? Maybe that one has other stuff in it that's different. Just fishing mag 1. Okay. There we go. And that's it. All the regularity will be done. And then we'll just focus on push-ups. Which actually I am curious. How far along in strength are we? Oh, we're nearly at 60k. Nice.
You're amazing.
Neat. I never ever remember which fishing mag does what. I just remember that there are fishing mags. And that very rarely do I ever need them. Because by the time I go fishing, either I have access to a fishing rod or, you know, we grinded up the skills required. So it just didn't matter. Thank you for the follows, by the way. I do appreciate. All my follows here are anonymous so that folks can enjoy their lurk. You know, if you want to interact, though, chat's right there. Feel free. And or if this is a VOD later, maybe, you know, there's always Discords or comment sections and stuff. Oh, neat. Episode 1 of the survival. Yeah. But you totally would. So what happens is you get a generator and you get a generator mag, right? Okay. And you get a TV from your spawn house that you carry with you because you really want a TV. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but obviously if you were a zero to hero character, you probably would have to drop your clothes to carry the TV. But I mean, you know, clothes or TV. Like, you know, what if you happen to upon that generator? And so then once you start the generator, well, there you go. You've got a TV and a generator. That's all that's necessary. Because you don't even need the VHS. Because isn't episode 1 on the programming somewhere? Like in the early game? Because the programming still happens even if there's no power. It's just there's no power, so it seems like terrible priorities. It is. It's terrible priorities in a regular game. People hyper focus the TV shows way too hard. You don't really need them. They're extra. They've always been extra. Yet people will, jump all over them if they can get them, right? I don't have to level a couple of things that I could have leveled very easily. It's just silly, right? Yeah, and you can only get 3 levels with them on default. It's not quite as good as it used to be. But that said, though, it's to be expected, right? That's what they were never meant to be the, take you to the end game kind of deals. I eat that? No. We'll make it to 60k here in a second, which is halfway to level 9 strength. I always forget as well. And then when I remember, it's like, oh yeah, and I flick it on and I get to watch the chicken noodle soup thing for a little bit. And I get a little bit of cooking XP. Every time. Every single time I've ever turned on that stupid TV, it's always been, yeah, it's time for chicken noodle soup. And I get my cooking XP that would be, it's not, I'm not saying that's bad. It's just that it's like every time, though. Every time. I very, very rarely get the carpentry XP because I always miss it. I always miss the carpentry XP. I get the fishing XP and I get the cooking XP. Those are the 2 big ones. I've gotten the foraging XP a little bit, but not like that matters. No offense to foraging XP. It's just like I have a sinking suspicion that I need to come over to this area over here and just shout once.
Hey!
And then just let it happen. It's good that I have this paranoia. Like, it really is. Because it keeps you alive in the apocalypse. It really is very important to keep that paranoia and never ever feel safe. But part of me is like very much like there is a zombie in this area somewhere. Am I playing The Sims? I mean, kind of, I guess, for right now. I need to get my character's weight up. That said, though, it is what it is. You. Yeah. Let's see. 77. Got a ways to go. Unfortunately, the fish is gonna go bad, so that sucks. Nothing I can really do about it. I can try and use as much of it as I can, but it's gonna go bad because there's just nothing I can do. Will age. There's 2 fillets left. Can I keep them in my inventory? I totally can. Okay, nice. We got 37 and okay. So maybe we actually can eat it all before it goes off. Try. Nice. So much left. We just crested the halfway mark to level 9 strength, which is pretty good. Yeah, we're not actually working out doesn't actually is not going to give us as much towards it as our combat has been given it. But grab water. How much is left in the amphora? Not much. We actually might not be able to start this. How much is left here? It's funny that the 14 cans is worth so much more than the cooking pot. The cooking pot's faster, total water, but well, actually, technically, no. Each of these cans boiled way quicker than than the big pot did, because they were all boiling individually, though. Okay, let's go sleep. There goes my muscle strain, all gone. I agree. I think that the fluid interface is really clunky and annoying to deal with in this way. And as a result, they should implement some type of dump, or like all liquid from your inventory in like that is of this type, right? So like all water, should be dumpable, like so that way it's more convenient for folks, because nobody's gonna really want to be doing this kind of stuff. I mean, I do it, but it's like not everybody's gonna be wanting to do that. 100%. I thought I just heard a zombie noise. How is that possible? Is it in the... Is it... No. I'm hearing things, I think. Maybe not. I should stay on guard. Maybe there is a zombie around here somewhere. On the edge of the water? Or edge of the... There has to be somewhere. I still think there's one upstairs. Like in this tiny bit up here. You'd think you'd see them peeking through, but I mean... I don't know. That would answer the question of why I hear zombie sounds here sometimes. Thank you very much for the fireworks. You're being very fireworky today. Yeah, I know. If it were up there, it would have jumped down. I know, but I think that maybe if it's just up there and it lives up there. Also, we would see it poking through, right? So like that, there would be that as well. Like it would be poking through the top because it's too small of a space, right? I would expect, but yet, I don't know. It's one of those cases where maybe the zombie is like perfectly fitting in here, walking back and forth by choice. And it's waiting for its moment when I'm distracted. Right? It's not likely that that's the case. But what if that's what has happening? There's a non-zero chance that that could be the case. Like, it's like pretty unlikely though. But like, maybe. The only way we'd know for sure is if I loaded up debug and checked, which is cheating, and I don't want to do that. That could be the case too. Yeah, I didn't think of that because they've added in basements, so and there's no basement to this place. It doesn't mean that a zombie couldn't have spawned in the basement of this place. And that's why I keep hearing footsteps occasionally. I keep hearing zombie growls, and it's not the same as the wind growl. I know the wind growl in and out, and I can hear that one, like, and I can hear the differences. It's not that. It's the it's actually zombie noises, like actual zombie noises. I'm like, it's so sure, but I at the same time it could be that whole thing where I've been playing the game for way too long, and as a result, sometimes you just hear sounds that are not there. So, there's that as well. And this is where it's great Because it's just the right level of paranoia. Because I can't think about like it's is it me? Is it the game? Is it like possibly it could be either. Let's give some more stockage on this. When you don't find anything, and then, but the thing is though, what if you do find something? You know what happens? If I were to find a zombie, well then now it's double security check time. Cause is that the only one? Cause usually if there's one, there's not more than one. Or sorry, there is more than one. I mean, if there's one, then there's usually another one somewhere, right? So it goes from paranoia to yes, my paranoia was correct, and now I've got to do a double check just to be certain, right? It becomes worse. So even if you like it's you find something, or sorry, you don't find something, you stay paranoid. If you find something, well, okay, well now it's times two paranoid. Good lord. Does it say legendary? It's just big, so it would say legendary. What on earth are these fish? They're breaking my legs. Like how am I supposed to move around if fish of this size are gonna get caught every time? And there's still bait on the hook. My goodness, that fish just wasn't hungry. I'm excited to put this in the fire. Guys, it's super duper light. I can't wait. Awesome. Now it's justified paranoia. Yeah, and then as it's justified, it's like, okay, well, now I can run around and I need to double confirm, triple confirm. What mod? Oh, that's what's it called? That's called Mini Health Panel. It's a mod that is I kind of wish that the yellow part of the muscle strain didn't show. Because the whole point of this mod, the original reason why we got this mod and added it to the rat race, was because it's for screen it's for screen real estate essentially. See, because I was keeping a lot of the rat racers were just keeping this health tab open the whole time. So as a result, it was nicer to have this based on the fact that this one locks in place, right? And then also, when people would ask to see my skills, well, I mean, I would show them my skills, and then I would immediately then have to, you know, put it like this and throw that back in the corner. So it was kind of awkward. But yeah, it's called Mini Health Panel, and this one's the Mini Health Panel 42 variant, if I remember right. So it might actually be called that, but here, let's have a look. Nope, it's just called Mini Health Panel. Can you see it? I'm trying to move for you. No problem. Yeah. There's a lot of mods in the rat race that we've sort of accepted, and a lot of ones that got declined. But at the end of the day, I mean, most of it's like, so long as it's not like spawning items in and stuff like that, like it. it's just folks don't want to have advantages against other folks because that's not fair, right? But at the same time, then it depends, right? Like, for example, a lot of so proximity inventory got passed for the rat race, right? The original reason why proximity inventory got passed was because there are people that were participating in the rat race in the beginning of the rat race. I don't know if they're still doing rat race. They might still be doing rat race, but just haven't submitted in a while. But that said, is that they have like difficulty clicking, like so clicking through the inventories, right? It's so it's to assist them so that they can participate in the rat race. It's inclusivity, right? And that's huge. That's important. It's the same reason why a couple of the other mods exist in the listing as well, right? Like the advanced volume thing is so that we can turn down volumes that are too loud. Somebody's participating and they had like hearing issues, right? Certain mods are like that, but it's difficult, right, to make it so that people can have like you can't be like, "Oh, well, this mod's allowed, but only for these people, right? It doesn't make sense. It's not fair, right? That way, but like it's fair in my head, but like it's tough. It's definitely a tough thing to have to deal with to a degree. Hi, by the way. Because in my mind, if somebody was like needed that a mod to help them participate, then they deserve to use that mod. I don't need to use that mod though, you know. But some people, it's preferred. I'm not sure. I don't care at the end of the day for that so long as everybody can participate and have fun. Okay, let's return to our fitness montage. We did finally break Smokies, by the way. So we are officially like we slept twice there. There's still lots of zombies in the area, but we did Smokies and we started clearing out the lake. I started chopping down the trees on the way to the lake. So the lake is doing pretty good. Yeah. See this yellow part here is a hidden variable, but at the end of the day, it's a few seconds extra. And if you know that that hidden variable is there, you can just count a few extra seconds, and that's all it takes. The yellow. You can also shut it off though, like muscle strain in general. It gives you that option, but it doesn't give you the option to shut off the yellow. But yeah. But I've heard like arguments against this mod, against this mod, against every mod you can think of. The kill count mod displaying your kills is over the top, but they're in this menu. But yeah, but you didn't have to keep that menu on the screen. People will find their best way to argue everything if they really want, you know? It's impossible. Is this the cabin in the woods? This is this is the brand Mr. O'Shea or Claire's cabin, whichever you prefer. Um, Brandon O'Shea, which is Buzz's character, he made a cabin here. And then also, Claire also has lived in this cabin. This was my initial choice, actually, when I first started the rat race. Yeah, people do like confrontation, but don't like confrontation at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. People will stand on strange hills, but at the end of the day, it's like, eh. I just want to play and have fun, right? And so does everybody else. That's why, in all seriousness, despite things being taken to a serious degree, which they are, when things are brought to me or, stuff like that, when it's brought, like, it is taken seriously, but also bear in mind it is a video game challenge. That is something that we can't forget. It's a video game challenge, right? It's not like we're not saving lives to where it's a challenge for video games for fun. Like, it's just a game. And some folks can't even imagine playing without the mods. Meanwhile, other folks, they really don't like them. Like, everybody has their preferences. Like, what was it? There's a friend I have that doesn't imagine the game without common sense and proximity inventory. And they are an awesome player of Zomboid. Fantastic at the game. But those two mods are requirements for them to play. It's their preference. His only game. Yeah, exactly. But like it was said earlier, people like to argue. You're not playing with my settings exactly the way that I'm playing. And even if you are, it's still my way is better. This one? Yeah, I like this one too. I like it because it shows me what I was last leveling, and if I see something that is kind of close, I get a little bit excited. I'm like, yeah, cool, it's gonna make the level up noise, which is cool, right? That said, though, I mean, if I didn't have it, it wouldn't be the end of the world for me. It's one of those things where it's nice, but it's not like the end of the world. Yeah. How's our weight doing? Oh, happy 1995, by the way, everybody. Happy 1995. It is January 1st. Yeah, there is zero mod required. Like, I mean, there's mods that we recommend, but it's not like all of them are optional. Even the mods that we recommend are optional. Like this one here, kill count. The only reason why kill count was even put like as recommended is because it makes it easier to, to see your kills and score that way, so everybody's can see it easy. But there's some folks that don't even want to use that, right? Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You made homemade corn dogs. Okay, with some fried potato. Ooh, that sounds good. It's and a salad so that you can pretend. So what you need to do now is you need to cut up everything together in a bowl and then just call it all a salad, because that's the PZ way, right? Doesn't matter what you put in the bowl. It's a salad. This is a corn dog salad. Because that's how that works, right? Actually, you know what? You don't even need to cut it up. Just grab a really, really big bowl and just put it all in there naturally and just let it sit in the bowl, and that's a salad. The whole meal is just a salad. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Putting things in a bowl makes it a salad. Doesn't matter. PZ. Some things. Yeah, I've got like extra leftovers from when I made stir fry, so I'm excited for that for later when I want. And Emma and I finally started watching movies again, so we need to we're gonna watch probably more movies here in the near future, and then we've got to start watching anime again as well. I'd like to watch anime with Emma. When we finished Frieren, we kind of we stopped watching anime, but I'd like to get back to that. Frieren was good though. I'm assuming they're gonna release another season because that series was really good. I liked how slice of life it was. It was really solid. They like everything was just it just felt like a vibrant world and just nice. Not in this world? No, definitely not in this world. Given the fact that in 1993 there was a catastrophe. I don't know if you heard about it, but it was in the newspapers in June and start of July. This terrible virus spreading around. Called the Knox virus. What series? Oh, it was called Frieren something. I can't remember. Frieren. That was the last anime we watched, and it was really good. I really enjoyed it. It was something. Yeah, it's Frieren. I'm sure if you just type in Frieren, it'll come up. It's like an elf mage kind of like magical world, like medieval style. And it was vibrant, like it was vibrant world, really neat. And relatable to an extent. COVID? No, not COVID. It was Knox. 1993. Knox virus. Kentucky. COVID. COVID doesn't cause zombies. COVID's much more serious. Because that's part of our world. I'm hoping one day we have cures for everything. That would be kind of nice. You felt like a zombie? I did not feel like a zombie. I hated having COVID. It was horrible. I couldn't get warm. I couldn't get cold. I couldn't, like, I was too hot, too cold, too hot, too cold, too hot, too cold. And then my body was all sore all over. It sucked. And it wasn't a fun time. 3 out of 10. Not the worst disease I've ever had, but definitely, yeah, 3 out of 10. And yes, that's the title right there, by the way, Server Lord. That's a Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Yeah, that's correct. And it was when Emma and I watched it, there was 2 seasons, and it's really short series, but it was worth it, like for watching it. It was very good. It's way worse the second time. I've had COVID more than once. I feel like the second time it was kind of the same. Like, I. That's why I knew I had it, is because I was like, this is the same thing again, and it sucks. I was like all sore, and it's one of those sorenesses where you want to sleep but you can't sleep, but it's like you're trapped, and like you're tired, you're fatigued. I want to sleep, but I can't sleep because my muscles ache and my body hurts, and I want everything to stop, like everything to stop. It only lasts that portion of it only lasts for like 2 days, but it is like the worst. And then after that, you know, it's dealing with the cough and the sniffles for like and other aspects of it for the cough is like it lasts the longest. Didn't like the cough. It only covered like 1/10 of the manga. That's good though. Like I mean, right? Like, does that mean that there will be more episodes, or are you saying that it missed like 9 out of 10 of the content? Because that's generally how it is when they release anime. Is that the manga has a heck of a lot more. Like there's more depth, and they because they can't squish it all into an anime. It doesn't really work. It's same for like the other like the big name animes. They um although there would be exceptions to that, obviously. Yeah, I'm gonna write that down because I don't think we've seen that one. Not that Emma and I, we have a fairly long anime list and movie list that we got to work through. But I am still taking requests on that stuff, like that and music requests and those kinds of things. If there's anybody who has any suggestions, you're more than welcome to put them in the suggestion section of my Discord. Um, do I still have? Yeah, okay. Here, I'll post the Discord link. There. Feel free. I like suggestions. It's nice. I've heard some good music, and we've actually watched a few things that people suggest. It does depend though, because I'll read off the summary to Emma, and Emma will be like, sometimes there's some not want, and there's been a handful that we've just not continued because they just didn't catch us. Show joints were. Yeah. You know, we burned up joints. That doesn't seem like COVID, but then again, I don't know. Maybe COVID's different for people, right? Could be. I could see COVID being different for different people. But I remember, at least my variant, I was too hot and then I was too cold, and then I was too hot and then I was too cold. And I couldn't quite, like, it's like, just like, and then soreness. Those were the big ones. And then the cough, the non-stop cough for a while, like weeks. But the quality? Okay, neat. It's nice to have those tropes. They're fun. Yeah, the cough for weeks sucks. I'm looking forward to half of that stuff going away because probably going to be a while before the studios are back up. That's unfortunate. It's the does Madhouse doesn't do multiple seasons of series normally, do they? Because I don't know them to have done multiple seasons of a series, but perhaps I'm just like I'm obviously an anime novice. Like I feel like I don't really know much about animes or studios or anything like that, but it just doesn't. Usually they do a season and then they pass on whatever to a new thing, right? At least that's what I've heard they do. but they didn't for Frieren. They kind of just kept it. They do really good work, though. Very quality. You slept for almost a week? That's so long. That's a long time to sleep. I struggle for sleeping for more than a few hours, but then it depends, right? Because the way that mine works is that I'll build up sleep debt, and then the debt has to be paid at some point. So it's a strange, weird way to have function. So like, my average sleep is between 2 and like 5 hours, max 5 hours, and then I'll build up sleep debt gradually until eventually I have a normal sleep, and then that normal sleep pays back the debt. So it's just neat, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. I haven't really done very much like studying about my sleep. It's just that's just how it's always worked. Okay, so it's like everybody working together then. That's good. Same like the manga artists. A lot of the manga artists will group up and be like, "Hey, um, and they'll exchange ideas and stuff, which is neat. I heard that's very popular. And like a lot of them are friends. Manga artists or mangaka. But once again, novice in this field, so don't understand much about it. Just enjoy the art and very much enjoy the good stories that come out of it. Probably because it reminds me of old like anime that I used to enjoy when I was much younger, like Sailor Moon. So yes and no. The reason why yes is that it is a bad idea is because by fast forwarding you're gonna miss checks because it's an RNG element that is checked every so often for the catching of a fish, right? So if, for instance, I fast forward, I get less checks, right? It's checking, but it gives me less checks, and also it gives me less time to react to to the uh, the the fish, right? So like if I miss the timing, then it'll break the rod. So then so you don't if you really need the fish, don't fast forward. If you don't care, then and you want to save time, you can fast forward, right? Um, that said, though, the that goes for all RNG elements in Zomboid. That's fishing, foraging, and starting a fire. Very much 100% for the last one. Do not fast forward while starting a fire. The reason being is you're wasting checks and your character will get exerted, right? So why is that bad? Well, because if you fast forward while doing a fire, you're going to get your character exerted, you're going to break more sticks, you're going to break more wood rods, and there is a chance that you're going to be exerted, right? You're going to have the exertion moodle, and that you'll be starting a fire, which is one of the most dangerous things in all of Zomboid. You'll be facing it, and a zombie could come up from behind you. Then what? Well, you're facing one of the most dangerous things in Zomboid, right? And you're flanked. So, especially if you don't have keen hearing, right? Because if you don't have keen hearing, you're not going to see the zombie fast enough. Then you're going to have to react. You have to run probably forward. If you happen to luck out at that exact moment and you start the fire, well, then now you're running through fire, which is one of the most dangerous things you can do in Zomboid. There's a handful of things that are dangerous like that. But due to that instance and knowing that, I've not ever been killed by fire, by a campfire. I've been killed by the CDDA fire, but that's different, right? Yeah. So there you go. That's what I would say. And I also use the walk too, which is this feature right here. It's hotkeyed to T for me, and I use that around the fire, right? That campfire on the blood drive on the blood bank server was a legendary boss. It killed so many people on that so we played on a permadeath multiplayer server, right? Which means that if you died, well, you had to wait till the next generation in order to come back in. That fire killed like 1/3 of our population. It was a scary, legendary boss. But yeah, so there you go. If you didn't know why I sort of sit through a lot of the different things, it's because I'm waiting for the checks. Arguably, foraging works the same way. However, there's two reasons why you wouldn't need to really care about that right now. And those two reasons are very simply the first reason being that you're currently the foraging is a kind of quantity, so you're going to see a lot more items. The second reason is that you're not going to care so much about that stuff because it's if you have a large pool of items already, fast forward foraging, you're probably going to find enough. So the only times you care about these things are if you desperately need the items, right? And then for my instance, why I'm doing it, I don't desperately need the items, but for the fishing, for instance, I want to gain the weight as quickly as possible. So how can I do that? Guaranteeing every check. That's how I'm doing it. So if, in case anybody's been curious why I don't think that the weight is so bad and why I think the fishing and the foraging are fantastic now is because I don't fast forward them. I do them real time because that's how the functions of the game work. It gives me the most checks, I get the most items, and therefore I get the most, for example, most fish, which means I can stock my weight, I can leave, I can go do other stuff. Hopefully that gives a clear and a decent answer to why I'm doing what I'm doing. But and that goes for a lot of Zomboid is like that. Is there's usually a reason behind everything. Sometimes the reason is I'm being lazy though. So it is good to bear that in mind, and I will admit it if I'm not sort of min-maxing or whatever. But sometimes you don't want to, right? Sometimes you just want to do something quickly. And you don't need to min-max every waking second of the game, you know? Okay. Hopefully that's helpful for some folks. I remember somebody storing that fire and putting it in a bin. That fire was scary. I killed so many people. And just remember, that fire was just outside of where we were. At any point, one of those people that was on fire could have ran into our little shack and killed us off. There wouldn't have been any escape. Thankfully, they never did that. They would run off into the corner and burn. Wow. Sometimes. Drop everything on the floor as storage? I mean, kind of. Organization is useful. Although it does kind of have bad qualities as well. Irvington is technically an hour difference from the rest of the map. Not in this universe. There's only one watch to rule them all. And for some reason, the watch batteries have been made by some kind of, you know, outside force. Because the same person that created the battery that runs the alarm system in the houses, you know, because that person was a very aggressive alarm salesman. Your house burned down, but it's okay. I'll install an alarm so nobody can take anything. We got this. The rest is Eastern. Yeah, but that would assume that would be like based on like time zones, right? Which would mean that the world is no longer apocalypse happened. Time zones are political, so there would be no time zones anymore. It'd just be one. It'd be based on the sun probably. When sun rises and when it sets. But once again, just one watch to rule them all. Vidya game. I don't think that's true. That doesn't sound true at all. If it is true, then that's false. They can't do that, can they? I don't think that's how that would work. I'm pretty sure it does not. How's the new update going? I'm loving the new update. I think it's great. I haven't done any of the ragdoll stuff though. Like, I mean, I've just enjoyed the other aspects of it, like the debris not being broken anymore. Some of the crafting recipes have better flow, and overall, this update is probably my favorite one so far. Out of all of the updates, and like, there's still a lot to go, and we know that. Like, we can kind of see that there is quite a lot that's on the way. There we are. No, it's not how it is in game. I figured it wasn't. You gotta know that you saying that kind of stuff makes me go, but I need to go test it. And, like, because it's like, what if it is? There's always that asterisk at the end of everything that we say currently because of the unstable build itself, right? So, it's always concerning. Yeah, I know you said that it was in real life above. Once again, this is not real life. This is a video game. They do try to emulate a little bit of real life, but not exactly. Because remember, this universe never actually had zombies. Unlike reality for us, this universe never had zombies. They actually have a comic book called Z People, but there was no zombies in this universe. And I think Z People are actually like what are those folks called? Like they're like drones, like not like like they the other kind of zombie, not the one that eats flesh, but the one that's like I want to say that's boring, but that's not quite the right terminology. Do you know what I mean? Like zombie as in like a person that's like thralls. Yeah, basically. Like a thrall. If the game were like real life. Yeah, but it's not, though. That's it. Your immersion is broken. Forever. I mean, you can get a mod for that if you really want. Like, I'm sure. I'm sure that there's somebody out there that really, really wants that, too. and you know. It is not something I particularly care about, though, because, yeah. Oh, there is a fillet on there already. Nice. How's my weight doing, by the way? Ooh, cool. We're actually almost at the weight level I need. Okay. Put my bucket on my head and I'll forget you're there and you can steal all my wares. I like that. I really like the way that that flows. Good on you. That is good. That is a good flow. Put a bucket on my head and I'll forget you're there. And you can steal all my wares. Just watch somebody like telekinesising a bucket slowly towards you. And you're just like staring at them. If your bucket was heavier enough to drop on their head. Yeah, car batteries and propane tanks were drained. That doesn't happen as much anymore. There was something to do with propane tanks recently, but I don't remember if that was fixed. Probably. Like they've been very diligent trying to fix a lot of things while also implementing new stuff. The raccoons are in, so we have raccoons. They actually climb fences, which is kind of crazy. Because it like broke my mind very briefly because I didn't realize they could climb fences, and they kind of escaped my little tiny cubby that I had them in, and they were climbing up all over my walls. Um, that said, though, there's a lot of other things that are interesting about the updates. Like I said, they fixed the debris. The debris was broken for a little bit, and we couldn't get proper napping XP. Now we can get napping XP again, which is nice. And we can make malls and all that stuff again properly, which is good. They made it so that burlap is now something that we can craft with dogbane hemp, which is awesome. Same for a lot of other things. Twine and thread, twine and rope are made with dogbane hemp, and they drastically reduce the amount you need now to do it. Like because it used to cost 20 to make a single twine. Now it costs 1 to make a single twine. So it went from a 20 cost to a 1. So like it's huge. Yeah, you can make so much twine now, which is great because this is the time where we would want to be making the twine and everything, because it's now where we want to be building everything. We want everything to be accessible because it's important for the unstable build that everybody test everything that they can get their hands on, right? At least that's to my understanding. It would be the best case scenario for everything to be accessible so we can all test. And then from there, they can start working on balance after that. Like gradually lowering values, increasing costs, adding conditions, stuff like that. To make things a little bit more difficult, but not impossibly so, right? Is clay easier? Oh, absolutely. Not only can you find tons of it, you can also find nodes of it on the beach to dig up. They made clay so much easier. Dogbane hemp you also will pick up in groupings of like 4 to 6. Same for clay. When you pick up clay, it's a lot more. I don't think it's 4 to 6. I think it's 2 to 4, isn't it, for clay? Something like that, but it's still a lot. You still haven't found a single clay node? Oh, there's tons of them. I seen them just recently, a bunch on the beach. They actually added in sandbars as well recently. I haven't seen any of those yet, though. Sandbars are exactly what it sounds like. It's like clay, but sand. So you can pick up extra sand. Yeah, go along the river and have a look. Although remember, it's got to be in an updated version of the game where you haven't loaded the chunks yet, right? Because obviously, if you're running down the river where you've already loaded the chunks, you aren't gonna see anything new. You guys wanted to try masonry? Masonry is amazing. It's really fun. You can make like actual like walls. They're not any stronger than wood, by the way. Just as a side note, like that, if you're expecting, hi Yuri, hopefully you're having a good day. If you're expecting them to be much better than the wood walls, they aren't. At least not yet. I hope that they up the values on them so that they're, stronger. But it's fine. Eventually, there will be some sort of increases. Hey, Chad, I'm having a good day. How goes your run? Your run going good? I'm fishing. Do plastered walls have more health? Not the what than the wood walls that were used to create them? No, not that I'm aware of. Arguably, the most health wall in the game, I think, is the log bear, like the log wall. I think. But I don't know for sure. I haven't checked the values in a long time. It's got to be high levels of carpentry though. That's the big thing, right? So far your run's going good. That's good. I'm glad that you're reestablished and that you're getting back into it. Yep, plastering the walls does allow for painting and also applying wallpaper, which is a new feature in the game. Wallpaper. You got to find the wallpaper though. Not my run, your run. Your run, my run. My run, your run. You were wondering why there was no reply? You should let them know that oops. I've done that before though. Do you want to know what I did? I awkwardly did that thing where you kind of just admit that you typed in the wrong place, and you're like, I'm sorry, I typed the wrong thing here. And then they'll tell me their opinions on that though, right? And I'll be like, oh, and yeah, we did. We took over Smokies. I'm just here to top off my weight because the fishing spot over by Smokies is not clear yet, so I can't really comfortably fish there. So I ended up wandering all the way back here just to guarantee, right? Because I wanted to guarantee that I'll be okay, and here is safe. It's not 100% safe because I'm still paranoid. Like there's still sounds here that
You're
I'm not
amazing.
comfortable with. But it is what it is. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I do anonymous follows so folks can enjoy their lurk. And do appreciate follows because they're nice. It reminds me that people come and want to come and watch, which is good. Elf floating a cake. There was somebody here recently, and their name was Gobby, and that made me think of Dobby from that. But even though they're probably a goblin, more than likely. I'm gonna guess that they're a goblin. Probably a loot goblin, if I had to guess. I know a handful of goblins. One of them's lazy, and they are very, very nice. For dropping a bucket on somebody's head? Yeah, okay, I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. Then yeah, I mean that could work. If it was heavy enough, it would probably knock them out. Even if it's not heavy though, it would totally Skyrim them, right? Like where they're like sitting there like and their object permanence is gone. And you can kind of take whatever you want. You try and do that in Oblivion, there is no picking that items up like that. Can't do that. Stop! You have violated the law. Pay with your blood. This is the part where you lie down and bleed to death. It's only a week before people forget about it? Oh no, you're fine. They'll probably forget about it like within the next couple of hours. Especially if you're still chatting there. Don't fret. Don't worry about it. It's not worth even thinking about. Unless they really don't like Harry Potter. They're really against that. Which, I mean, there's a handful of folks that really don't like that stuff. But, you know, it is what it is. Amount of times there's a sneaky dead and popping out of the woods. Yeah, no, I don't like that. So when we do start fishing around Smokies, I'm gonna make sure it's safe. Same as this place. On our way past Spiffos, we also seen 2 zombies within the crossroads, which was a bit of a surprise. Because the crossroads has been clear for ages. Once again, never ever think you're safe. Because just like you can walk around the whole map, a zombie can follow you around the whole map, kind of. Because all it takes is a zombie to enter the player area, and then it gets to wander around whatever cell you left it in. And then, guess what? If you keep making noise, it's a pinpoint hearing zombie more than likely. So it's going to try and follow you, but it may not follow you directly, and you may not see it right away. Which means that it may still follow you into the next cell, and then get lost in there. And then it'll wander around that cell for a while, and that's how zombies appear out of nowhere, or seem to appear out of nowhere, is because they're following you, but not quite following you, you know? But yeah, lots and lots of flanking. But not exactly migration, but migration. But I don't like using that word because people misunderstand. Migration is the movement of zombies within the cell. That is what migration is. It's not the same as them following the metas, or them following their follow sound distance, or they hear a noise, they'll follow it. That's not them. That's not migration. That's them pathfinding. It's different. Yep, they can't cross the cells without via migration. Usually, they need assistance from the player or things involving the player, helicopter, house alarm, etc. That's usually the way that borders unlock. However, and this is something that I've noticed recently, is that cells that are loaded sometimes have their borders unlocked a little bit longer than like it's weird. Their borders unlock a bit. So there can be some distribution from one cell to another. I wouldn't call it migration though, because it's separate. It seems like a different mechanic. I wouldn't know what to call it. seems like they might be choosing to cross into that cell because of the player. Maybe it's something to do with the player. Not sure. Don't know. But it's something that we've noticed a little bit more, especially in Time 16 games in strange areas like Irvington. Because I noticed it there as well. Migration doesn't take place. That should still work. The zombies act differently though around the player than when they're floating code. So when they're around the player, they're given their animations. So they're a lot slower and they're a lot more clunky and they're a lot more like, so they can go through doorways, they can go through windows. When they're outside of the player area, they can't do that stuff. They can't open doors. They can't, smash windows. They can't smash walls. They can't do anything. They lose every ounce of their capability to move. And actually, what's kind of cool is they kind of teleport around, which is neat. Yeah, basically they just boop around. They don't have movement until they enter the player area, and then things change for them. They become sentient, essentially. Not quite sentient, but they become NPCs actually, which is it's just interesting. Very simple NPCs. That actually is the thing. We have boredom? Seriously? I didn't realize that we were waiting so long. That we actually developed boredom outside. I'm gonna get rid of the boredom. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're not bored anymore. uh, that's funny. I thought the game was paused this whole time. I guess not. It's funny just chit-chatting away, and I just... yeah, pretty much that's what happened. Walk into the kitchen. Oh, there's walls! They're closing in! And then we leave. So that's not boring at all, is it? Nope, not boring. That's one of the benefits of claustrophobia. So claustrophobia is one of those traits that can seem really, really bad. And it is. It is really bad because a lot of the early game you can't sleep inside and like problems, right? But as you get later and later in the game, when panic is reduced and you actually hit the panic reduction cap, it's not bad, and actually it ends up being beneficial for reading because you can read inside now and not get bored. Your character doesn't ever get bored ever again. Boredom is a thing of the past because you could stay in for as long as you want, and all you have to do to undo the boredom is walk into a closet. What? Cabin fever? There's no such thing as cabin fever for somebody with claustrophobia. Oh dear. There we go, finally. I was starting to give up. It's not a fish though. we almost hit that lovely point with our weight as well, so that's good. And get fishing 4 before winter? Just keep fishing nonstop. Just keep fishing. Fishing and fishing and fishing. Eternally. You are the eternal fisherman. That's all you do. If you run out of bubbles, you will find more bubbles. That's what I would do if I were in desperation to get to level 4 fishing. I don't know if it matters as much though. Not sure. Yeah, no, I know. I know how that works for sure. It's trying to add it, but it can't because it's like back and forth because of the reduction. So you are getting panicked, but it's not fast enough to actually build up panic. And that's one of the reasons why it activates to be tier 4 when you speed up time. It used to be the other way around. You used to get max panic when you go into a claustrophobia room, and then when you fast forwarded, you used to reduce it because the game wouldn't register as it properly. But they flipped that kind of, which is good. I feel like that's a fair change. I don't need a 78 fish right now. I actually just want one tinier fish if I can get one. It gives you access to chum. I forget what you're supposed to research to get that. Because I don't have it, and I'm level 6 in fishing. Do we have... Yeah, there's fillet on there. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. You got it from a magazine? I know you can research something to get it. It's not the bag of sand. It's auto-learned at level 5? Well, I can prove that's not true right now by doing this. I'm level 6. So... It's not by fishing, if that's the case, because I'm like 95% sure that, yeah, I'm level 6 fishing. It is discovered somehow, though. I don't remember how. I know it's in a magazine. I know that. But I think you can research something, but I don't remember what. I don't think it was the bag of sand. Oh, it's not that big a deal, Yuri. It's fine. You'll find fish. It has auto learn any equals fishing 5. Why do I not have the recipe then? Is it because I'm an exception to the rule? Did my character exist before they did that and therefore not allowed? I know if I had chum, I think I know it's sandbag and bait. I'm too cool? I'm not allowed? Okay. Because I'm level 6 fishing, you can see right here. I'm not allowed fish. I'm not allowed. I have to have some kind of detriment, the game decides. The same recipe magazine that unlocks fishing rod unlocks chum as well. Okay, so then, yeah. I haven't read that recipe mag. I have wilderness knowledge. Is there nothing you can research for chum? I don't know. I remember thinking there. I think there was something that you could research, but I don't remember. Because the last playthrough that I had the magazine, so I didn't. It didn't matter. I kind of wish you could make chum without sand. That you didn't need sand, and that you could just use the bait. Like, you got the mag on Willie. I hope you find the mag on your new character. You've got a fair amount of trash piles to dig through, don't you? I'm pretty sure you do. So you could just keep digging through trash piles. You don't see any research? That's unfortunate. Well, if you don't see any research, I don't believe that there is any. But maybe that's something they'll add. And or maybe they'll make another way to do it. I would love it if you could take the bucket and make it with the bucket, you know, instead of sand. Like you put a bunch of different baits inside the bucket. Cuz sand is kind of sand is a finite resource. I know it's not technically a finite resource cuz there's thousands of tiles of sand, but like technically it's finite. Like gasoline is finite, technically. Well, actually, gasoline is less finite. You can't forage a bag of sand, can you? It'd be the same as foraging a can of gasoline. I wonder. Because you can forage a can of gasoline, it's just unlikely. I don't think I've ever seen. I've seen. You think it's in the junk category? Oh, wow. So it's actually, it does exist. So technically it's infinite. But, you know, not really, but kinda. if, if you keep looking hard enough, you get another bag of sand. Finally, I forged another one. My sand castle. I can continue to make it. One bag of sand at a time. Meanwhile, you go to the beach and you can't get rid of the sand. Sand's everywhere. Forever. That's what it feels like. Chum should be learnable through other means other than a mag? I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. Jeez. Higgins, can you have a little more luck with your fishing, please? It's like he's got no fishing luck at all right now. He used it all up earlier. All of it was used up. He fished those two big fish up, and that's it. I think that that would be ideal as well. And I think they're leaning towards that because, to make it so that the folks that take illiterate are capable of being functional. Like they already don't get the benefit of having the antidepressants that are regular books, right? And magazines and comic books and all that stuff. Unless they play, like maybe they'll let them read the comic books. Maybe. And I mean, in all honesty, for those wilderness magazines and stuff, a lot of them come with pictures and descriptions. They wouldn't be able to read the descriptions, but they'd be able to look at the pictures. Step one, step two, you know, and then, but and I don't know. Yeah, I feel like the illiterate folks should be able to read the comic books. And I'm sure they'd like the magazines for at least like I said, like the pictures. It's just the books they wouldn't be able to read. All right, have a good one. I agree. Yeah, they should be able to read those too. 100%. Yeah. I still haven't seen any Hunk Z. Hopefully we find one. I do know they exist. And that there's always a chance to get one. I haven't seen any though. Not yet. Come on, these are the fishing hours. Should be good quality fish time. Which should counter the bad temperature. Which actually shouldn't be bad temperature right now. It's only -4. It should be normal temperature. The second it goes into the negatives, though, it's immediately bad, which sucks. Yeah, no, I know. It can spawn in a percentage chance. It's just like the speeding ticket that you can spawn if you take Speed Demon. Similar thing. They're similar. Come on. Poor Higgins. He's so bored. Yeah, you found it once while using moderate loot settings? Yeah. 5%'s not too bad. Like, I mean, it's okay in terms of percentage odds. There's a lot of people that like look for 0.001% odds items in games and they manage to get one eventually. It's like it's crazy, right? Like you know like what I mean with like the raid items and stuff like that. The really rare items. Those items are good. You only subscribe to Odyssey for its articles. That's fair. Bet you it has some good articles. Some decent stories. I give up on this one, I think. I'm gonna go try and find a different one. You like collecting things? That's fair. I think collecting things is fun, but I've never caught them all kind of deal. I got a lot of the tapes, and I got a lot of the CDs, and I got a lot of the... But I've never got them all. I think it would be very, very difficult to get them all. But I have tried. In that run when I did my PB, I had lots of stuff. I had a fair size collections. We had most of the books, if not all the books. I think I had all the books. Oh, you're talking about like the different types of dung that exists right now, like the raccoon and etc. It seems somewhat easy. But then again, I could see it being more difficult as time goes on if you let the animals kind of, you know. I had hopes that we would catch a fish. It doesn't look like we're going to catch one this in-game day. We are going to be 82, though, probably, with the weight, because we're standing still for the majority of it. I need to wait for 2 more in-game hours. And if there's still nothing at that point, then we go to bed. Yeah, like one of every seed, stuff like that. So that you can plant one of every crop. Maybe get a little stockpile of a few hundred of every seed. Yeah, no, I know, I seen. I appreciate you explaining it to me. That's kind of funny. The easiest way to kill a joke is to explain it. And it's in itself is its own version of a joke. It's pretty funny. Do you get it? It's like adding underlining and like underlines and then exclamation points to the end. let's wait for this last little bit till we hit 2100 exactly. So it'd be 9 o'clock. Oh, we didn't manage to catch anything, which is unfortunate. But that's okay. Go get an in-game sleep. Oh, look at this! Look, 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 look! If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's it takes 4 months. Sorry, it takes what is it? 12 weeks in order to make compost in the rat race. So this isn't just any old compost. This is like this took a while to make. And we've got 3 big old batches of it. There we go. Alrighty. Well, we'll try our best to fish, I guess, later. And see if we can't get something going a bit later on. We managed to take smokies, though, so I'm really pleased about that. We should be able to hopefully push towards the storage unit here in the near future and claim the rest of this so we can fish here as well. So, and then maybe I might tidy up all of this as well, just so that there's no zombies out here. And then we'll start working our way through the town, because more than likely we're going to trigger a house alarm or two. But that'll be next time. We did some good progress today. There we are. All right, let's look for somebody to raid, and it has been my pleasure as always. I will see you guys next time I stream, which will be whenever I go live. I don't really have a schedule yet, but at some point I probably will have one. Let's see who we can raid. I do appreciate. Oh, look, Sam's on. Let's see. Yeah, I think I want to raid Sam. Couldn't be a bad idea. There we go. Alrighty, it's been my pleasure as always. I will see you guys next time. Ta.